Yeah. It's Mo and Mike in the house.
Going hard with the legends. Paying homage, you know. Yo. Twins Mo and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. La Mayday, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. APT, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore hitter, Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Being Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, Captain. We make it happen, that's the play.
So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins Mo and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Mayday bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman Boom, Schoolboy, aka the.
There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Rob. Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red Ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty mama got the look and the structure intact. L-Ride bring the heat, Yellow Bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts taken, no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace, turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find them in tornadoes, pedigree, Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O., our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, deep south in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec, it's 6. Yes. Yeah. Tom, Dick, Todd, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low tight, apex, pressure built for the chase, gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade, third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah, I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid.
What up? What up? What up, though? Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Let me give my shout outs right quick. Big shout out to Happy 360. My man, Mr. Paul Johnson. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Carlos Lee in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my homeboy 614 Tree in the house representing. What up, fam? What up, though? My man, Mr. Chico Nicholas in the house. What up, fam? I'm trying to turn this mic down a little bit here. What else got going here? Dana, yo, what up, fam? Big shout out to my main man representing the day, the one and only Mad Doctor. What up, fam? I don't know if I said. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Chico Nicholas. What up, fam? Union County Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main mans and them. 1978 Lloyd in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. William Turner. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Corey Jones, representing St. Louis in the house. What up, fam? Now, I have some partners out there in St. Louis. Dead dogs. And they was serious. As serious could be, and I could number. And they stayed, right down there by like the arch. And there's a lot of homes down there. So it was almost like being in Ohio. But they did have some yards and they had garages and shit, but they had some pretty real nice setups. And they moved, for them 10 dogs, to me, that was a lot of dogs, but they took care of them well. The whole setup was nice. And it was like bulldogging 24/7. And they was in that, that St. Louis area, that's a hot area. When I say hot, you got a lot of people to move around, And so you had to have good dogs just to be able to even survive in that area. So, I know one of them, he went to jail. I know they gave him 20 years, but he was just as cool as hell. I can't even, little Smitty. Little brother named Smitty, little short dude. Cool as hell. He used to travel and come get his shit. He was just getting right. You know how that go. They always get you right when shit just getting right. Hey, man, again, if you haven't hit that like button, don't forget to hit that like button. If you haven't already subscribed, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. You know, I know this is a Friday night, and it was kind of like so much was going on today, it was kind of hard to even get up and get out. You know, because pushing things to the last minute, but as usual, we make it. But one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight is the mindset. Now, the mindset of a dog man / dog woman. Okay. You know, nobody can read, you know, I don't look for people to read other people's minds and all that shit. No, I'm basically talking about what, like, well, everything that goes with these dogs. You know, just first of all, just having them. Imagine the ones that just took it just a little bit further. Like I mean, I would think that if you was waking up, making it a point to go out and feed these animals and do all the things it takes to take care of them in a proper manner, getting them registered and keeping their shots and maintaining them. That's, to me, that's like something, that's the norm. And just being able to maintain the norm takes a certain type of mindset. And that's just taking care of the norm. Now imagine the ones that add shit on top of that. You know, like the raising and the culling and the breeding programs and how you actually doing the breeding programs and just every, you know, to me, that's that extra. I'm gonna tell you why. Because when you add extras to something that's already complicated, and I think this the normal maintaining of these dogs is a complicated situation, because you still have people who don't have cameras, you still have people who don't have microscopes, you still have people who don't check chains. You know, to me, that's the simple part. When you master that part right there, you know, that gives you more time to take care of the more detailed shit, like when it comes to culling and raising them and getting a plan together of what you look to do in the future, and then start it at some point and then be able to stick to it. And because this is not something that happens overnight, this is what I look at as a long-term investment. You will not reap the benefits of your investment until, you know, it becomes mature. And then at that point in time, you can get a chance to see exactly how your investment was paid off for you. But when you start thinking about as individuals, you know, as individuals, now, we always talk about a lot of people, brought a lot of guys on. Everybody has their own personalities, and you've probably read a lot of stories. But I would take it that as we all, if we were to sit down and think about yourself, what would you have in common with the average dog man? Okay. And then would be the simple things. First of all, you got dogs. Second of all, you know how to take care of the dogs. You know, that's where you will be looking at it from the normal, the things that you just, that's almost like mandatory, that checklist. It's when you start thinking, putting yourself in a situation of, remember, I'm talking about your mindset, which direction and how you plan on getting there. Now, I'm going to put you on the bus, and I'm going to just put you in a mindset of, remember, because I always said, it always depends on your purpose. When it came to these dogs, it was just based on what your purpose was, and try to be good at your purpose, whatever that may be, whether it's hawk hunting, run up a wall, treadmills. Back in the day, before, even we got in these dogs, they had already pretty much set a guideline based on the mindset. Because remember, they had conventions, big conventions. People was traveling. People was putting in that work. And if it don't be for them people back in that time period, this game probably would have just disappeared. But because of the popularity of the breed, it took off. So when we take y'all back and we dive into the history of the dogs, we go back there to give you a general idea of what it looked like, try to give you some insight, what was on their mind, so you can get just some type of picture of, okay, we already know the outcome. Because the outcome, you can go back there and look and work your way to the future and find out why we even talk about this person and this dog. Because to me, that's the easy part. But if you ever just took it and looked at it from a different mindset, look at it like we look at it. We go back there because we're talking about this dog. We're trying to understand the traits, and then why did they make that breeding? What was going on back in that time period? You don't know, when we do that looking around, you look at that dog and then you try to look there. What else were they breeding at that time period? That was either like something like that, or somebody who had a littermate or something else out of that breeding, to try to find out how it did. See, they was probably doing all that. Because if you look, there's not too many breedings in the history of the dog game as far as bloodlines that I think weren't made. You just had different people doing it their certain type of way. But if you've been around us and been around, the game long enough, you could actually see what I'm trying to say by just going back and just picking any dog and then trace it. Most of the time, if you're going to be looking at anything as far as good dogs anyway, if you're trying to learn something, you want it to have something that fits you. If I was breeding Eli dogs, I would be trying to find out everything that I could about, first of all, why Eli? Why that's one of the longest running bloodlines of all time? What is it about them dogs? Okay. I think the best way to find that out is take a look at the people who's doing the breeding. The people that's making this dog worthy of even being talked about. We always say it has a big, the person with the dog always has the biggest influence over the dog. That's one of the truest statements. That's my number one statement. First of all, you got to be the right person to know what to do with the right dog. You can have a good dog and not know what to do and still mess it up. And then you could be supposedly be a good dog, man. And you would think you would be a good dog, and it turned out to be a piece of shit. But then them are the chances that we take the mindset of, do you think anybody would be trying to feed something that they don't feel confident in, that they don't feel it's necessary to go out and put the bowl out there and make sure they have water. See, that mindset for me has always got to be dog first. When it comes to, when it's time to deal with the dogs, how you fixing to deal with them. When you do the dog thing first, your mind is always going to be on why I'm feeding it. Let me get out here and feed it because it's, that's what you chose to do. And then while you're doing that, what you're looking to get out of it. A lot of people, and I'm not going to say in our day, because there was guys who just, they did their breedings, but they kept it always in-house. And the only way you would really find somebody with that is because of a circle. We had everybody has had their own circles. And if you notice, most of them people that consisted of them circles are where you could farm out dogs to certain people, and you heard them say, well, so-and-so, used to always give me dogs and he never gave me a bad dog. Well, I think about that statement, say, well, if you had been a shitty person and not doing the right thing with those dogs, he probably wouldn't have kept giving you those dogs. So that gives you a good insight of the person who was giving the dogs and then who they were giving the dogs to. I take my hat off to the man that they was giving the dogs to. Because you have to have that kind of confidence and understanding of the person that you're giving them to, because he's going to be one of them people that help push whatever he's doing along. So yeah, it was always important for some of us who had your dogs. And most of the time you would think that, everybody would be on the same page. And most of the circles that I was real familiar with, everybody was basically on the same page. The good thing about it was once they gave you the dog, and you got it on your yard, it become your dog. You're the one feeding it, doing everything. But then you always got that extra, friendship, that partnership, that camaraderie, to where, when it comes that time and you start looking and, people start inquiring, and because they, even your mentors or those type of people always want to check and see where you at. And that's why so understanding that mindset right there has to be built up to a level to where not only are you learning from it, but then you're able to maintain it. It ain't like just a quick one hit wonder type of situation, especially when you got other people giving you dogs. And when I knew people who did have them little crazy breeding programs, and they would hold on to them dogs till like they 7-8 months old. And then when you hear them start letting shit off the yard, you can best believe that the shit that they keep on the yard, that's what they keep, that's their picks. The things they're getting off the yards, them are really good prospects. But because of the yard size, or maybe because of some other litters is coming, they got to get these dogs in good people's hands. And that's how a lot of guys got their hands on a lot of good dogs. Not just being in the right place at the right time, is being able to know the right person at the right time. So when we sit down, we are always talking about, pulling up pedigrees and talking about the formula. But we got a lot of people that come around, and we all enjoy the stories. But I never get a chance to hear back from other people, their mind frame. I see a lot of guys, we having certain bloodlines up, and you're here. Well, I had a little made brother off of. Excuse me. Big shout out to my man, Mr. David Morris, my man, Guy Colston, Game Dog University. What's up, fam? Get this shit, man. Woo. Terrence B. I see you, fam. Mr. John Denbury. You know what I mean, fellas? Look, we can always tell you about the things we done. And like I was talking about, when I see other people over the years talk about a lot of things that they had and things they've done. When you don't know people and they sharing their experience, I don't look at those people as people that need to be judged. I have all the respect in the world for people who share their experience, especially when it came to these dogs, because fellas, trust and believe, this game was built on that. Relationships. You know what I'm saying? I don't, again, like anything in life, everything is not perfect. No. Business, I guess, again, I can't help but keep saying it. I've always looked at this dog game as a business. It was always to have them good connects and them good partners, the ones that you could get on the same program and they got a yard and you got a yard and your other boy got a yard and everybody work, they understand what everybody's got. We're able to do some big things. History show you that. Them crews, them combines, them kennels that consisted of a couple people, and then you talk about them. And that part of the history game, it's almost like, do you guys really pay attention to the small things like that? Because it really does take a group of people. The one-man team thing, okay, but you're only going to be able to do so much. I'm just, that's the reality of those situations. You're only going to be able to do so much. When you have a group of people that's on the same page, you get a chance to do so much because you don't have to go outside of what you're doing. And then you got more eyes and more people who you trust, that when, y'all looking at something, even though you're looking at it from a different opinion, you still, what you say matters to your circle, or what they say to you matters. Now, over the history, you can tell there was a lot of people who started out together, and in the long run, they had whatever situation, things fell apart. But history gives us a somewhat of an ideal of at one point you was together. So we wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't something worth us talking about in that time period that you were together. And so we always going to be nosy and try to find out what happened. And did it hurt them, or did it make things better? Then you see so-and-so, he went off and did this, and oh, dude, he went off and did that. And, then they still shining. So you could just imagine why we talk about them, because they were just as good as single, taking, getting out on their own programs as they were when they were together. So when I look at things like that and I see for myself, yeah, I dive into them things harder, because even though they might have fell out as friends, their concept and their way of thinking and doing things, it worked regardless of which one was doing what. So what were they doing together? You know what I mean? It still helps them work as individuals. And most of the time, if you dive in there and look, they were basically still doing the same thing, but you could almost tell based on some of the outcrosses or some of the line breeding that some of them guys were doing, to show you why the difference might have came in. Because we all look at these dogs a different type of way. And unless we the ones doing it and trying it, at least trying it for ourselves, that's the only way we're going to be able to believe in what we get our minds stuck on. See, that's that mindset that will send you down a trail of wasted years. And I'm telling you, and I say wasted years, I'm talking about 3 years to jump up on you so fast when it comes to you dealing with that first litter of puppies, that you're going to be sitting around there not knowing what to do with them. A lot of guys be wanting to put that headache off on other people and sell them. But again, we back in the day. And I'm going to tell you based on how we did shit. And most of the time we were doing things, but we were basically doing things that we seen work for other people. Like, breeding dogs and not selling, getting rid of nothing, giving it all a chance and raising it up and have that hands-on, and because you have that kind of faith in what your breeding program, so you know kind of what you're expecting to yourself. Remember that I know I kind of got an idea what I'm expecting, but that's done based on your homework. Generally when I think anybody would think about anything as far as breeding anyway, it's always going to be your decision, whether you got the male or the female. It's your decision what you fixing to do, what you fixing to feed, and what, that time period that you got ahead of you. So you have to stay confident. But in that same ability to stay confident, can you stay focused and stay responsible for the outcome of the work that you're fixing to put in? See, not everybody was built like that. Try to think about some of them guys that just, they were doing dogs every other week, if not every week. Hold on 1 second here. All right, fellas, sorry about that. Yeah, but the reason we talk about that shit, man, because when you're dealing with a lot of if you're out here really seriously, you're trying to help people, first of all. That helping people and trying to show you a different way and how other people did things in these dogs it's important because not a lot of people were able to do a lot of the things that we talk about in this dog game, and it really wasn't that big. It really wasn't. So when you start talking about something that wasn't that big, it was easy for a lot of people to run in and you know, create the competition that led to some of these great dogs. But it really wasn't a lot of people. You had pockets. See, that's a, you know, when you hear us talk about certain dogs that you just never heard, you know, because of those pockets. But then let's talk about the ones that, regardless of what pocket you was in, you was going to hear these dogs. Outside, you know, all those pockets, you're going to be able to hear dogs stand out amongst that pocket. And then you look at those ones that's standing outside that pocket and try to look at, you know, what they doing, what they working with. You know, most of the time, as a competitive dog man, you know, your ears go up. And, you know, if you're one of them sharks, you know, you want to see just how serious, you know, everybody talking about it. That's the perfect kind of one to go see, you know, if he really about it. Because I'm going to feel that confident about what I got. And this is what led up to, let's make it happen, Captain. You get outside of the little pockets and you hear where these names can move around outside of them pockets, what led to, you know, those nice big matches, those sharks, those guys that had the same type of mindset, basically doing things the same way, because that's why we here on that special day to put their way of thinking, their mindset to a test. Even though they're using the dogs, but that's what this is all about anyway, back in the day. You really do you really do have to have some type of serious mindset when you sit down and you think about these people. Because you couldn't tell them that they didn't love their dogs. You couldn't. When you 70, 80, 90 years old and you still loving pit bulls, you were a dedicated, bona fide, show enough, damn it, dog man. You got enough history to sit back and tell you what it looked like to be in these dogs that many years and why. That's a different type of mindset, bro. When I be talking dogs, sometimes I be wondering, if you never done something, right? Is it possible that you could really understand what we're talking about? But the only way I ever know that answer is by just, you know, like everything else, you just watch the flow of things. You watch the flow, you know. A lot of people who've done this, they be the last ones to say anything. They be real quiet. Because I think they enjoy the fact, you know, to hear and talk about it. And just sometimes for some of us, just to hear it, you know, you get that little tingle. you know, because it's taking you back to something that you were so invested in. And again, I know so many people out here to hear this type of shit think we crazy. But then I fall in a fraternity of a bunch of crazy ass people if that do be the case. Because we had the same crazy. And you couldn't tell none of them the day wasn't about them dogs. A majority of them had a good purpose, which might be their purpose, but they built on it. That means they had something that people could sit back and relate to that would carry a legacy outside of those little pockets of circles. And remember, we can't even flood the market with some of these names. I mean, we can come up with a lot of, a lot of dog men, for real. But that list be like real short when you talk about a lot of the good dog mans like the Doucets, the Thibodeaux, and the Kramers, and the Mims. I mean, remember all them?
You got me tripping. Them ain't the good. Why is you naming them?
I'm the one doing the talking.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't talk. I ain't start with them other big guys. I'm down there where they still were outside of a circle that even somebody like me know who they are.
Yeah, but they was old dudes.
Yeah, they was old dudes. I mean, just like James Edwards and Kenzie Woods. Those was old dudes, Hargrove. But remember, I can work that all the way down through the whole 80s and 90s. But then look how much, just on them names, look how many names was bigger than that. How do we know the people that we be talking about? Because we was in many circles. A lot of people outside of those big circles knew these people that we talked about. And I just learned that by just being around them and seeing, and I sit back and I look back on it now and be like, shit. If you knew them back then, you could tell they was about it because they were dead serious about that shit. You know who is who. You get an idea of you seeing something work for your damn self. You get to really see what a good dog look like, and it ain't yours, but you really want to see one. You need, they got a bunch of them. And that just makes that hunger, for having that type of dog and that type of success. That mindset changes. I mean, if you actually, been put in a situation that when you did get to that point, you took it to that level. Not everybody was able to do that, though. I'm just saying. But it was, I don't talk bad about the pockets because the pockets is what made up the game. It's just when you shined outside your pocket, you was doing something. And most of everybody that became somebody who done something, they at least had something to show for it, which would make you want to stop and look into what they were doing. Did they get lucky on the breeding program? Did they get lucky on the dog? Did somebody give it to them? Did they breed it? I mean, you go to start finding out all that shit. That's why a lot of us, when we be out here, you got puppies for sale. Okay. That is a very touchy situation for me to talk about, because when I talk about it, I can only talk about for our time. And people were selling puppies back then. But as you look around, and as like Mo was going through some of the match reports, how they got these dogs from so and so, or dogs that was bred by so and so, and some of them people that you never heard of. But then you go and look in the pedigrees of those dogs, and you'd be like, oh shit. Well, that's off of some shit that's down there in that area. Yeah, they got the area full of that shit, and you just seeing the results of it. Remember, it doesn't matter if it's just in that area, because enough of it keep doing what it's doing, it's going to get outside of that area. And you fitting to see how good it is, because you're going to get the attention of them people who now are thinking like you. And that's that mindset that I be wondering, is it just me? Or is it just, I guess the passion that you have to have that type of success because of how you think about doing what you do when it comes to these dogs? Because I think the worstest thing you could do is, sell somebody, all right, you got a dog, and I'm going to give it to my boy, even though I know this dog quit. But he wanted it, and I'm going to let him have it. Now, I'm not going to knock my boy. I'm not going to say it's your curve, and you my boy. I'm trying to get you on my mindset and talk you out of it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to give you what you asked for. Not knowing what they're going to do. If they could take that dog out and breed it, I'm not, I'm going to be what? Running around telling everybody, yeah, and that dog's producing now, and everybody, that dog quit. But he throwing. So-and-so had him first. He had him, and then when he quit, he gave him to so-and-so. But the son bitch over here producing, like how we know he producing? Because the man who got him, he raising it. He taking that shit from that Kurt. He's making it his shit.
When you ever seen a Kurt? I ain't never had a Kurt. First of all,
I'm just using that as an example because they done gave plenty of Kurds away to people.
I ain't never gave no Kurt away.
Wow,
again. I don't know nobody ever gave a Kurt away unless he was giving it to his son or something.
I've seen people. I know some people gave Kurt down where. Hold on, let me give this piece. Big shout out to my man J Rock coming through with a 20-piece showing that man love. I see you, fam. My man, Union County, good point there. He said, without a relationship, I never would have got the dogs we have. See, Union County, a lot of people try not to admit that. Yo, big shout out to nephew out there. Hirsch in the house. What up, fam? Yo, big shout out to the insane honey badger. What up, fam? Who else I got down here? Hey, look, don't forget. Hey, big shout out to my main man, Mr. Burning Star in the house. What up, bam? Tall stranger. What up, though? Big shout out to my man, Vance 305 out there. I see you, fam. J-Rock. What up, though? It's been a while, Marine. Yes, sir. I hope I got you in good spirits, J-Rock. Big shout out to Small Time Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Mr. 216 Bulldogs. What up, dog? Clifford behind the enemy lines. What up, though, fam? Yeah. Mr. Steven Jackson, I see you, fam. Hey, man, look. Now, I just put this out here because y'all always hear our opinions. Like, you know, big shout out to my man. You know, they tell you that, you know, without relationships, you know, you're going to be able to do a lot of the things that you do, especially when you get to have the opportunity and be able to do the right thing with it. I look to compete for wins legally. We have to keep our breed safe and not being mislabeled. Tall stranger, I feel you. And it's dudes like you that will turn the table on any and everybody's outlook if you could get the competition to grow with you. See, that's why I'm a fan of, you know, the dog shows and confirmation shows and weight pulling, because, hey, you can shine a whole new light, because there was a time period where they had their own highlights, their own claim to fame, where we, you know, a lot of the box people was crossing over, doing both types, you know, situations, you know what I'm saying? But I think even when you're doing that, you have to, you know, have that same mindset of trying to achieve to be the best. That mindset is just because you're doing something legally, there's no reason why you can't be the best at what you're doing. And see, when you start seeing people trying to be the best at what you're doing, that brings, you know, a lot of people trying to do what you're doing, you know, just, you know, they got to come get you. And I think that's where I always, you know, support getting out there, doing and participating, because it's going to lead to something. Enough times that you do it, it's going to get just as popular, just like everything else gets popular, and you want to be a part of that. You know, you're doing it legally, then you want to be one of the things that people want to talk about, because you don't have to talk about anything. Your dog will do the work, and the rest the people will take care of, especially if it's exceeding far more than anything else out there that's going. See, that mindset to me is more than just, you know, having it. What happened to just having it and proving it that I got it. See, legally, illegally, you know, I think that the mindset is still the person, and they're, you know, wanting this to be able to achieve of trying to be the best. That's what competition does. So I'm a believer in competition. Dog fighting is illegal. I'm telling y'all that right now. But the basement, been knowing that long before I climbed down in it. I sure as hell don't be the one to be gonna be acting like I'm telling them what to do. They've been doing it longer than I have. So as long as they taking care of themselves, y'all always gonna have a history anyway. But that don't mean you can't make history doing the right way. You know, different strokes for different folks, but that does not mean you can't be the best at what you do. Big shout out to my man, Union County Kennel. He said, Windy City gave me most of my dogs and told me why and what to breed. You know, Union County, that's a great example, because we talking about Windy City. That's like us talking about Southern Kennels and Stone Cities and Hardcore. When they giving you shit, That means you already dealing with some different shit. You know you ain't dealing with the same shit that your boys is dealing with. Because everybody ain't getting shit out of Windy City. And I'm pretty sure if he gave it to you, told you why he giving it to you, and told you what to do with it, I'm pretty sure y'all will have one hell of a relationship before he decided to do that. And see, those are the type of stories I'd be wanting to hear. It might sound petty to some people, but for me, I think that's the most important thing in the dog game. Because being on your end, Union County, and I'm having them type of dogs, I'm trying to carry, that situation forward. So one, when Windy City look at what he done for me, and he appreciates me and who I am as a dog man based on what I'm doing with his shit. So I'm already good right there. I'm good right there. My success becomes his success. Shit, he might be over there wanting to breed with some of y'all shit because he got some other shit. I mean, those type of relationships, fellas, when you got them, they be some long-lasting relationships until, success really gets to the point to where it ain't enough in the pie for everybody. That's when they get greedy. But let me see here. Hey, Mo.
Yeah.
Okay, you sitting out there. I know you there. Glad to see you made it in, man. It was rough. My man Corey Jones said, take your dog where it's safe for a pretty pedigree because we bulldogging over here. Well, Corey, like I said, and I feel you, fam. That's two different worlds. There's totally two different worlds. But when it comes down to showtime, that's what matters in both worlds. So them pretty pedigrees, okay, they might do some good, even on a damn treadmill and climbing a wall, because they, in those type of situations, they got to make a name for themselves. Remember, pedigrees is still, it ain't shit unless a dog is something. So just because you got a pedigree, and you got a dog, I'm still one of them that don't mean shit to me. It really don't. I mean, it might look good, but then what happens when it turn out to be shitty? What do you go do? Do you go give away everything else on the yard that was part of that shit, or do you give that other shit a chance? It's about the mindset of you, how and what you do to handle it. But I've never been one to sit back and just slobber over a pedigree without wondering, what's the dog like? And then when we talk about the mindset, we get caught up in them crazy words like he kennel blind. You know what I'm saying? That's when that mindset that when people are evaluating and they're basically saying you can't see it, that shit is garbage. You just can't see it. You defending that garbage ass shit. Are they really wrong? I mean, when you bulldogging, when people start talking about your raggedy ass shit, most of the time, I'm speaking back in the day, so we on the bus. that led to I'm call my shit garbage. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. But when it's bona fide and and been noted that it's garbage, and remember, it takes for me to call anything garbage, you gotta have done it. It's gotta be more than one, maybe three at the most. Coming out off the same yard and taking them headshots. They're not game. They're actually losing quick, and they're quitting. And that's the worst scenario that you could possibly have when you talk about a bulldog and 3 in a row. You know what I'm saying? But it's the mindset that if you still choose to feed that, because for you, okay, that start out that way, but you're gonna see, and you're gonna get this big breakthrough. Okay, that's when we talk about kennel blindness, because in reality, it's gonna take you at least a couple years before you really get it. Because generally most people like that. They really believe in what they're doing. So sometimes it takes people some time to realize that you spend a lot of time doing bullshit. That eventually you will revamp what you're doing. That's a part of the game. And that ain't me talk about nobody. I'm telling you, just say this fact, because at some point you've seen it, heard about it, or it was you. The reason I talk about mindset, because it's a whole bunch of bullshit that can go on out here, and it's almost plain to see that at some point the talking does stop and the performance will always have to shine. You know what I'm saying? That pedigree is just what it is. It's a piece of paper. These dogs is almost dependent on the person with them than to be worried about the piece of paper. And I wonder, in a lot of you guys' minds, is it really, that passion still there? I see, guys, they get ready to go to the dog shows, and they get out there and they travel. I respect them guys, because they're traveling for competition, no different than the purpose might have been different, but they still willing to put in that work and travel. That's that mindset that some people just don't have. I mean, you got yards, but then you either finna sit there and sell puppies, or you fixing to take over the neighborhood. And that's as far as it's going to be, is the neighborhood. Remember, people only talk about the dogs who can shine outside the neighborhood. I think it's important that we understand that, your wanting to be better in these dogs has a lot of influence on the people that you got around you. Because if we could posse up to go and travel to do something, then you guys are supposed to be able to posse up and do the same thing. Even for just dog shows. And I see some guys really do it. Stop to Virginia, pick me up, man. Let me ride down with you. That type of shit. It's just, to me, it's just not enough, because I think we should be able to support that a lot better. I remember how many people you would support and these are year subscriptions. American Game Dog Times, and then Sport and Dog Journal. Now, I don't know how many the American Game Dog Times, had as far as their subscription. And they remember these guys, they're worldwide, you know, they're worldwide. But think about their subscriptions and how many people that they serviced over all them years, right? Center point of a lot of things that went on all around the world, and you take that from them. You know, you take that from everybody. We went from the book to the internet. We should have like at least some of these dog shows should be like 500-600 people with dogs. Because all you're doing is showing the dogs. You don't have to have 500 or 600 people as far as the competition, but at least 50, 60. You see what Westminster be looking like. I remember back in the day, you know, when they was really having them big conventions, you know, them big dog shows, confirmation dog shows, when they had the weight pulling and the wall climbing. Never had been the one, but I always followed them in the book because they were always in the Sporting Dog Journal, and it was going to be defined, you know, the results in the American Game Dog Times. And they gave them some nice space to, you know, to represent. And I, you know, have much respect for a lot of the things that they was doing over there. And it used to be nice turnouts too. Looked like they was at the fair.
It was the Gazette. It was definitely not the Journal.
Well, I've seen it in the Journal. Yeah, I've seen it in the Journal. Some of the results of the shows. I think we've even had it on this show.
Gazette.
You got the Gazette?
No, that's the ADBA Gazette used to do that.
Yeah. But again, regardless, you know, I'm still stuck on when they used to do it, it used to be bigger. You know, a lot more people, you know, this is how they blew up. Now, I still believe they should get back to that. But the mindset of the people who's doing whatever they're doing, I just think it's important for, you know, this shit ain't easy. This shit takes years. Steve Jackson putting on top. Let me see. Big shout out to my man Johnny Rocket. What up, fam? My man Corey said, Twin said, when someone buy a dog and it don't work out, the buyer's going to say, I knew I shouldn't have bought it. It was just a pretty pedigree. You know, Corey, but then that could just work the same with the seller, knowing damn well he shouldn't have sold that dog to that dude because he already knew he was a piece of shit. He just felt
that's not always true though, because it's a gamble anytime you buy a dog.
Yeah, that's why well, I'm saying it can go either way.
Right. So
that statement could go regardless. That statement could go either way. That's what I'm saying. What he's saying, yeah, it could go either way because the seller could turn right around and call the damn buyer a piece of shit. But
it ain't the buyer's fault. You don't know what you get when you buy a dog. You depend
it's on him anyway. Right.
Depends on who you're buying the dog from. I go to
you can have this,
buy a dog. There's no guarantee that I'm gonna get a dog from Windy City and that dog gonna become a champion. There's no guarantee. If that's what I want when I went out and bought it, there's no guarantees. If I do the right thing, the dog still might turn out to be a piece of shit. But I'm sure that he didn't know it at the time that he sold it. Only time you really find out, because you ain't out here buying grown dogs. You ain't out here, you spending $5,000 and $10,000 for a match dog, then that's what you're gonna get. He's gonna give you a match dog. But still, you ain't gonna be no guarantee that you're gonna go out there and make that dog a champion. Because it's not guaranteed, ain't none of that shit guaranteed. None of it. You can get in the box, and every time you get in that box, you can come out a loser. Every time. You just don't know until you do it. Care how good they say the dog is or how it's bred. That's what guys be out there looking for. That's what made the game what it was. Guys out there looking for the best to put their shit on, to be the best. That's why you're seeing some of them kennels out there, well-known kennels out there that had such a good winning streak because they had their hands on dogs that they were looking at, and their eye was a little different than the average eye because they got a whole yard of that shit. So that means that they're doing good on that yard. Their eye is definitely sitting in the right direction because they're bringing out the right dogs to go out there and compete with. They're going into people who are competing. So when you start running them kind of collidings of kennels coming together, going into each other, that's why you see kennels in Florida. You go to the journal, you might have Missing Link all up there in New Jersey. Or you might have New York way down here in Georgia and Tennessee and Kentucky. You might have North Carolina way up there in Ohio. You guys is getting on the road, taking them chances over a dog to compete. If that's where it take them, that's where they're going to go. You know, but when it comes to buying dogs, you just can't guarantee nothing unless you buying a grown dog like ProSet was doing, buying dogs out the box. You know, or STP catching a whiff of Lucane and offering to buy Lucane. You know, Lucane way down here in Florida, how STP know him. You know, that's how a lot of those transactions go. They get there, they pick up the information because the underground, it speaks loudly.
Hey Mo.
Yeah.
I mean, hear me say, what makes a pedigree pretty? And my Van said, hold on, yeah, my man Van said, Hemi, a bad dog do.
There you go.
My man Hemi came back. So it's a bad pedigree. I guess when he a badass dog, that pretty pedigree, we go with that badass dog. So that's a badass bred dog. I would say it like that. At that point, you can say that's a badass bred dog. That means his pedigree is a top notch, and that motherfucker showing every bit of what's on it.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's a badass dog.
That's what it is.
With a badass pedigree.
And it's not easy to win with them pretty pedigrees and pretty badass dogs.
Them pedigrees don't mean shit till them pedigrees don't be meaning shit till they do win. You know,
right? They still got to compete. That was the key even back then. You know, you got to compete.
It just don't happen that them badass dogs have some pretty pedigrees though.
But that's why most great dogs, if you look down through a lot of those dogs, you're going to see them dogs are bred good. I said 95% of all the great dogs and dogs that were winning out there were good bred dogs. And I always say that was the formula to success. If you can get you a good bred dog with a nice ass pedigree and he can stand behind that pedigree, then you was on to something. And a lot of guys, I mean, they took that and they built off of that. No different than us. We got what we got. We seen what was working. We didn't go outside of that. We stuck with it. That was the key. And the only way you can stick with it is you got to keep testing it. What's the way to test it? Back then, to have a yard and you feed a bunch of dogs, everybody on that yard is not going to make it to that box. You just want to make sure the dogs you taking are your best dogs. And the way you compete with them, you know, can make them, you know, that can stand out because that's what a lot of those guys was doing. That's why, you know, them big kennels like that stay so busy. They stay busy because they match dogs. And when you out there matching dogs, one dog is just not going to be enough. You know, that's why they had so many of those big kennels out there that was matching dogs. You see them every time, every journal come out, you see them in there. You see them in there because they were matching dogs. A lot of guys had big yards because all of them not going to make it. But they want a majority because they want to continue matching their yard. And that's what it was all about. When he say mindset, that's the mindset of a dog fighter. Me, I know why I was feeding all them dogs. I know what I was trying to do with all them damn dogs. I was trying to maintain a supply of dogs that I could match and win. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to keep having me some puppies and raising them and taking them to the box. All of them don't make it, but that's okay with me as long as I'm out there with the ones that I got and they doing what they got to do. All the rest of that shit don't mean nothing to everybody else. All they want to talk about and see is the ones that's winning. And I don't blame them because I'm feel the same damn way. No, it is a mindset. You know, I done seen guys go out there and lose 6 in a row and still be trying. You know, it's not like they don't have good dogs. You know, some of them I done seen run into those slumps. You know, they run into those slumps because they done jumped out there too early and not really had a game plan down pat. You can have a good dog and don't know how to condition him and get out there in the fast lane knowing you got a fast lane dog and turn around there and lose to him. Lose with him. Then you go and get another one. You go back out there. You know these are good dogs. You know, it's not like you a slouch. You ain't checking your shit. But you can't seem to win.
Get rid of all that shit. Get rid of all that shit. No, big shout out to SBC Kennels in the house. He said a well-bred, healthy puppy is all you can ask for. Yes, sir. Want to give a big shout out to King Yoda in the house. What up, fam? Representing the 205. What up, fam?
Well, I think a lot of them was finding out that their conditioning program was falling short because they were being out-conditioned. You know, they had the dog part down. They just didn't have the condition down. When you go out there and take a dog out there and you're going into some stiff competition, you got to make sure all your eggs is in the basket. That's the only way that you're going to be able to show up and give up a good show and have the opportunity to win and not be your fault if you lose. You're just on a better dog.
My man Van said,
go ahead.
My man Van said, only buy a dog from a great dog man. Get the one he don't want to sell.
Yep. Especially if he matching dogs. He ain't going to take you around the match dogs. You don't want to talk about it.
Money will change a person's mind. Because Abraham definitely changed their mind when it came to Queen of Hearts. You know they did. He told you they were going to change his mind. You know the story. You see how they had to change his mind. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Will Turner. He said 100 more. And in different hands, you never know how it's going to work out. Even some of the champions I've seen weren't worth a damn back in the day.
Yeah, but it's those champions right there that you see, you know, and this will take me back to the Beeline thing and what brought the heat to Beeline. You got guys out here who literally get these great dogs, and this is, that's why I like going through the journal. Y'all, you know, I'm going to tell you what the journal did. The journal was our tool. It was a tool. If you got a chance to see who the best kennels were out there winning, because they did have Kennel of the Year and shit like that, like they had Dog of the Year, Dogman of the Year, Dog of the Year. And you get a chance to go through them books and you see those matches and you see those kennels and you see those dogs, and You got fast lane guys looking. You got newcomers looking. You got guys that got a good one looking. You know, this is where they found them at. This is where all the connections were. Now, if I keep knocking on your door and you got this, y'all looking like, you know, Floyd Boudreaux over there, and you just showing up in the journal winning all these matches, you're supposed to get a phone call. You should be expecting several phone calls. And see, that's what happened with Beeline and all that little organization of shit that he had put together. You had top dog men. You in an area where it's fuming with guys from Virginia, Maryland, New York, Philly, Carolina, South and North, Georgia, and Tennessee. They targeting these guys, and these guys are still doing dogs, but not popping up, answering them phone calls of those real guys that's trying to go into them.
My man, Mr. Will Turner said, back in the day, Captain Ben bought a whole yard and went through them all and took the 2 to 3 that he did like out of 100. He had the money, so I guess it was worth it to him. No bullshit.
Because he was betting it back. I mean, Tom will go out there and give you $15,000 for a one-time winner, and go out there and match that dog for $25,000, $30,000 as soon as he get his hands on it. Right off the bat. But look at the dogs he bought. Champion Sugar, Champion Morocco. You know what I'm saying? Champion May May. You know, he didn't have to have a big yard. He bought the dogs that he wanted, and he bought those dogs and he matched those dogs. You know, he was a gambler.
He had that money.
He had the money. He went out there, he bought him one, and he made him champions. You know, because he knew what a good dog looked like to win. And didn't mind spending it. Abraham to do the same damn thing. You know, there was a lot of kennels out there that was doing that shit. That's how they got coaches when they got coaches from boot camp. You know, I don't know how they would sell a dog like that motherfucker, but they did.
Money must have been right.
He must have been right, but he was a badass dog when he got in. When City Days and them got their hands on him, and they was targeting champions. You know, a lot of those kennels, that's what they was doing. You look at Strictly Business and Gator Boys and the Geno Boys and STP and Kenny Allen and Ricky Jones. These dudes, they put themselves out there for you. They put the target on their back. You know, they that was the whole purpose. A lot of these guys registering their dogs and getting these championships and making sure everybody's seeing this shit for all phone calls. What's the best way to become a grand champion? Get the right people to call. Get the right people to answer the phone. It's not easy to go out there and get a 1 every time you want to get your dog weight out there. You're going to be guaranteed to get a great one, or that opportunity to get a big match. Win or lose, just the fact that you're there. Because a lot of those big kennels kind of shied away from unknown kennels, or kennels that they didn't really want to go into, that they just ended up calling away because you go out there with their name, they might not get one, but they have to take what they get. Why you seeing a lot of those kennels that ended up going in the guys who were just getting in and trying to get a reputation. Mardi Gras, Cane Valley, them dudes didn't come in there with, come in there just smashing off the back. They built up to having great dogs and had to put some money into them, because when they came out there, they came out slow. But once they got their gears running, these was top-notch kennels. Boy, you better look out when you see them come in the room. You know, that's where the growth came from, especially back there in the 90s. early 80, 88, 89, 90, going into the whole 90, beginning of the 2000s. There was a lot of guys out there matching dogs, and there was a lot of matches that were great dogs going into each other. Nice kennels going into each other. Everybody was trying to get the reputation of going into fast lane kennels. There was, to me, it wasn't nobody sitting at home, because you could find Geno boys down there in Georgia, and they all up in New York. You can find North Carolina all up in New Jersey. You can find Florida all up there in Connecticut. You know, it's wherever that dog was, you know, and that information, it literally was coming from the journal. The journal gave us that information, who to go looking for. That's what made the game. Now, if you were to look at all these great kennels that was out there doing these dogs, you know, you're going to see a lot of different names in the journals. You know, you can't call them all the ones that, you know, they might have been one-hit wonders. You know, they got out there and they had a good dog. They won, you know, and then you never hear that dog again. You know, that guy probably beat a nice kennel, took that dog home and said, I'm going to study him out and try to make me a yard of this shit. But those big kennels, you're not going to see them do that. They're going to keep on looking, keep on trying to find. That's what I wanted to do. That's what I was doing. I was looking. How did I end up there at Crossroads? How did I end up out there in Puerto Rico? You know what I'm saying? How did I end up there in New York? You know, Detroit. Why couldn't I just stay home? Well, I noticed all the other great dog men at home was leaving right along with me. Why do we leave? Because we're going to go wherever the competition is. Wherever there is a hook.
Big shout out to Mr. Fomer in the house. Big shout out to Talk of the City Kennels. What up, fam? Trying to find this right quick. No, hold on.
I see you looking. That's why I ain't bothering you.
Big shout out to my man TDK Slim. Slim, he said, did you own Kunta, OG? Yeah, Kunta, a.k.a. Lil Mayday, we owned him up until he was 20 months when he got stolen. Yeah. So, remember, that's Brad's little May brother.
I bred Kunta, a.k.a. Lil Mayday, Little Make the Brat. I didn't sell that dog.
He was taken by this guy named Stormer Norman. But there's a story behind it.
I ended up making his dog champion Pretty Mama. He was supposed to get Little Mayday and he disappeared with it. Took some years to find out what happened to it, but the very dog that we were trying to go into was the dog that came up missing. That's why we never got the match between Buck Rogers and Kunta. We said they was ducking and split the dog. They was ducking and split the dog, and I can see why now.
He'd been his grandson, wouldn't he? He'd have been going into his grandson.
He's been going into his grandson. That's right. And they was the same damn weight.
Sure was. And his grandson was a killer too.
Little Mayday came up missing just before Brat became a champion. And that was in 99. I went to take Pretty Mama back and Little Mayday was gone. You go look at those matches of Kunta. Kunta didn't hit the circuit in 2001. Brat was already a champion. He won his fourth match in 2003. 2004, he beat Wacko. The dog was 7 years old. So yeah, I did my homework. First of all, I did my homework because we wanted to go into it. We thought it would be the fight of the year. But we know why they didn't want to take it. I know why it didn't happen.
Back then you didn't.
Back then I didn't.
My man Corey says, start with a good breeder, and when you get your first litter, keep everything and take a look at them. Take a look at them and get rid of the ones you don't like and keep going. But you have to look at all of them.
You better.
I mean, that is a good way to start, though, because it keeps you from having to be. You're all in, and you just got to be all in with what you got and take.
You got to be patient.
You got to be patient. My man Vernon Starr, Mr. Starr said, I knew a camp that bought one of 25 grand, bought one for 25 grand and sold him back to the original owner as a deal. The dot was what it was proclaimed to be. They even took $5 grand loss to get him off the yard. I got what you're saying. You bought him, went shit, and took a headshot. At least you got 20 grand back. It must have been a good dog, man, because at least he gave some of it back.
See, that's why I don't buy match dogs. I go home and try to make my own. You know, that's why. But I spend that money on the scarcity, though. I don't care where that champion is. I'm gonna go find the right dog I want to breed to, and I'm gonna go to the dog and I'm gonna breed him wherever he at. That's the dog I want to breed to, and then I'm gonna take them puppies, and I'm gonna sit on them puppies, and I'm gonna take my time raising them puppies, and I'm gonna find out which one of these puppies gonna take me to the promised land. I bred to a lot of champions. You can't say that they all took me there. You know, but I did get some decent dogs, but I didn't get the fast lane dogs that I was looking for. No, we bred the Cock Diesel. We got some good dogs, but they weren't like the dogs that Sassy would throw to put us out there when we wanted to work. You know, sometimes you got to see which ones work with your bitch and stay with that. Stay in that pattern. You know, that's the key, because maybe it's your bitch only clicks with certain crosses. You know, you can have a Mayday dog and take Sassy Girl to another Mayday dog and might not get the dogs that we were looking for. You know, I bred the Little John, you know, and definitely didn't get the dog that I was looking for out of him. You know, they all don't work. It's because they champions, that don't mean you guaranteed. But they were some good dogs. Red Man was a son off of Cock Diesel. He was a one-time winner, but he wasn't what we wanted. You know, that's the key. We like killers. We go through a whole damn litter just to find those killers. That's all I want. And putting them on other dogs on the yard, them killers are gonna be shutting down a lot of shit.
My man, Mr. Will Turner said, that was old Farley with the Mayfield cloth stuff back in the 90s. You got to remember the level back then. He was looking for Pacific styles and levels. He was after the dogs on the level of. Okay.
That's right. That's what you're looking for. Me, I like to them stifle, hard biting, rough ass dogs, and if that's what we're looking for, and that's what we winning with, and that's what we breeding, then we're going to take them characteristics and hope that they keep on showing up into those particular dogs. There's a lot of dogs out there that carry that characteristic, and that's why a lot of them got out there in other people's hands was able to do that. But it's not guaranteed. But when it is working for you, you got something to stay busy with. Now you ain't got to be sitting out there breeding trying to find the shit. Now you got a whole roll of dogs, maybe 2 or 3 litters. Out of them litters, maybe you got 4 or 5 dogs out there that we can go out there and play with.
Let me give a big shout out to my man Talking the City Kennels. Big shout out to man Cos, man Cal TV in the house. I see you, fam. Kelly, what up, brother? I see you, fam.
Yeah, Vance and them, they were some dudes that went out and bought great dogs too, though. They were pretty good at doing this shit. But they were very active. They were very active, and they went out and they bought dogs and turned around and made some of them dogs grand champions.
Hey, my man, Mr. Henry James, he said, what were some of Captain Ben's greats? My man Will Turner came back and he said he had Kenny Allen's Butch and Tornado on his yard. That where she lived out her life. So that was the level he was always looking for. But definitely low percentage, but that's what it was, I guess. LOL.
Yeah.
Hell, that's just like
good dogs, though. Bush threw some good dogs. He was a registered mare.
Hey Mo, but that's just like Charlie, Angus, and I think her name was Ruby or Rose that Supernat had on his yard all them years. And you would think people wouldn't even have known. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because you think about them great dogs, and then you turn around and hear this man got the shit over there on the yard with him. Jeez, little May brother, Angus, and what was her name? Rosie?
Ruby,
okay. Yeah. That's some shit to have on the yard and doing, you know, when I look at it. And then he already sitting over there with Ace and all that other shit that he had.
Yeah, horse,
he had.
Racehorse, he had all kind of damn dogs over that motherfucker.
All on one yard. My man, Mad Doctor said from 95 to 04, it was hunting, buying, winning, and losing, but always searching. We had to hunt Country Boys, Goldmouth, Joel, Jimbo, CC. You see, you know Mad Doctor up in that Detroit area because they didn't have no problems leaving out looking. Big shout out to the Hardways, Kennels. What up, fam?
Not just Detroit, Flint, Saginaw, all them little hot ass spots. They boys wasn't playing. Nasty and them was up there in Saginaw. Them Flint boys, you know, Barnes and Company and them boys. SWAT team in them. Them boys was some bad boys. When we get back into the Detroit area, Westside Hoorah and them, they came in a little, they was later on, they was in like the late parts of the 90s. OG Posse and them. They was hitting the scene. 6-bits in them, 6-bit Kennels in them. I think it was 6 feet deep or something like that. Them boys was coming out doing a lot of dogs. So you know when you got a camp, they like super kennels. They had a camp. You know, boot camp, they had a camp. See, when you got a camp with that, all the guys in the kennel got dogs, then their chance is being active is high. You know?
My man, Mr. Will Turner said, Captain had dozens. A few names were Champion Whitehead, Grand Champion Shaheen, Grand Champion Dojo, Champion Timor, Champion Geronimo, and champion all natural. There's tons. He lived it. Oh, Ben has some shit though. On top of that tornado shit and Butch shit, he must have been somebody to be having that kind of shit on the yard now. I mean, I'm pretty sure Mr. Ben is not unknown. Not with those type of dogs. Big shout out to my man, Mike Redboy, representing Shreveport in the house. I see you, fam. My man, the Hardway Kennels. What y'all take on Super Kennels Grand Champion Sonny Boy stuff? Feedback.
So what's our take on it?
What's our take on it?
Sonny Boy was a badass dog. He was grand champion.
See, when I look at Super Kennels, I never looked at Super Kennels as breeders, even though they're they known for the great breeding with Mancho, but
they were dog fighters.
They was dog fighters, man. Remember, you had Super Kennels Marlowe on here, and he told you, they wasn't into that breeding shit because they was another one of them kennels. Every time you looked around, they was matching dogs, but didn't take away from the success that they had because they was one of them ones that was using a lot of shit that they was breeding too. So, look at it like that. My man, Mr. Turner said, Mo, yes, Butch was a great producer and Cap was looking for that level. But when he bought Old Farley's yard, the percentages weren't high on that stuff. The Butch stuff is what he wanted more of. He just worded it wrong. Okay, got you.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. I've been trying to stay in that area where it was working, because Grand Champion Sable, I think she has some Butch in her too. And Sable remind me of Tornado. Big, strong, rough ass, built bitches looking like males. Yeah, she has some Butch in her, if I'm correct. But yeah, that's what it be though. If you look at his registered male list, you ain't gonna see a lot of dogs, but the dogs that you do see, they wasn't nothing to be playing with. That's for sure. Very hard dogs to beat. Very strong, built, like Tornado. Tornado was a very well built bitch. But that was the key back then. What made Windy City so good was he was able to get. He had look. You gotta look at Windy City like they look at Mr. Bean. Because look at all the champions and the registered marriage and the grand champions that Windy City was sitting over there with. So he was buying these dogs. Reno, Redman. I mean, he got damn Crazy Tippy, Grand Champion Jose Bull. I mean, he had them all over there.
Hey, I got a question before we get too far ahead, man.
Yeah, Beetlejuice.
Hey, man, somebody, I need y'all to give me this price thing. If you had a chance to buy Queen of Hearts, and she is if I'm correct, she was a 4-time winner. How much would you have paid for her?
I'd have paid what Abraham paid for.
No, I just want to see what everybody else would pay for her.
Oh, okay.
Y'all put it down there. Knowing we're talking about Queen of Heart, a 4-time winner. At the time that she was sold, how much would you have paid for her? I mean, you already know what she turned out to be. But I'm just saying, put yourself back. I mean, she had just beat Champion Lou. She had just beat her. You would think it would have took a king's ransom to buy him from the people that they were buying him from. So if that had been you, what would you have paid for such a dog? And I just want to get that from the audience. See how far y'all would have went. I mean, we could talk about it now, but some of them might even throw some numbers out there. But I throw that out there because my boy from Pro said he didn't care either, Mo. Like, think about what it took to buy May. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, and Morocco.
And Morocco and sugar.
And sugar.
Come on, y'all. I don't see no numbers, y'all. I know y'all don't. Oh, okay. My man Union County said 50 G's. Okay. Union County said 50 G's. And he said, don't worry about it. You get it right back.
You're going to get it right back.
That's a true statement because, damn, man, they did just that. They got it right back and some. I mean, a whole lot of and some.
Yeah, I done seen them. I done seen dudes make over 100 G's off a dog, and somebody come up to him want to buy the dog for 30, 40 grand, and still wouldn't be enough to make the man sell the dog. Man, I'll tell you right there, that ain't enough. I made that much off of him using it. You know? I'm pretty sure Victor got some pretty high numbers for Mayday. Because Mayday was, you know, Mayday could have been for sale if Victor wasn't in love with him. And I guarantee you they would have paid 100 grand for Mayday. And Victor would have sold him. If Victor would have even had him on the market to sell. Look, May got sold, Barracuda got sold, Luke Kane got sold. I can just name so many other dogs that just got sold. And I just know about them particular dogs. Shit, but me, I sold Brat. I sold Pretty Mama. Both of them was champions. And I got 25 for both of them.
A piece. A piece. Big shout out to my man Fresh, said he paid 50 G's. The hard way Kennel said it would take a king's ransom.
Yeah. Shit, I sold Twisted Nico and the shit. You know, for the average dog, man, I would say the average person looking to buy a match dog would, you know, they probably would have said it was high. And they wasn't, only one that had one was Twisted Nico. But once they saw what I was selling, then they understood why I was selling them for the price I was selling them for. Because that's the only way you're going to get them off this yard. You know, what I got here, I know I can go out here and win. And win more money than what I'm offering to sell them for. They took the hint and did exactly that. Spent the money and went and got their money back. You know, that's just how it is. A lot of good dogs ended up getting sold. Especially when them guys get them and they breed them and they don't turn out to be good producers. That's why a lot of them great dogs ended up in somebody else's hands. Because you best believe before they sold the dog, they tried to get some puppies out the dog, and probably those puppies wasn't working out to where they was, or maybe they moved the dog because they needed room, and the dog's purpose was just no longer worth having on the yard. So they put a good ticket on him, and the man that bought the dog, he had a dog that he could have on his yard, was a grand champion, and lived the rest of his life on that yard. Probably didn't ever produce it, maybe he produced some. But there was a lot of that going on back there in the day. You know, a lot of retired dogs being sold. Shit, Tom, Tom was good about buying dogs. Windy City was good about buying dogs. You know, they was breeders, so they didn't mind paying them top big old dollar bills. You know?
That's that mindset. Because they know they're going to get it right back in the blood.
Yeah.
I mean, with years to come, because they're going to do it to where they can maintain it, where they can keep on doing.
Mm-hmm. Can-Am boys had Beetlejuice, but Beetlejuice ended up there with Windy City. You know, that's just, that was just part of the game. Guys buying dogs. I mean, especially in that era right there, it seemed like everybody had money.
My man Vernon, Ben said a lot of good dogs got sold when someone went to jail, went to prison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all those shady, all them Crane Valley dogs got sold.
Remember, Abraham had him sell Queen, right? And I think that was Bull, right. Queen and Bull, when he went to prison.
Well, he gave Queen to old dude before they snagged him up. So he was with old dude. I forgot his name, but he was a good dog man too. But it was Bull that he ended up when the city ended up with. Yeah. And in the long run, he ended up with Queen too. Yeah. But that's the key. That was the key back then.
See, like I said about that mindset, where you would think what would make people do it. You know, I guess that's another one of them things. If you got the money, that's like going out buying a Bentley or a Maybach. You got the money, you're gonna go buy what you want.
Yeah,
people out here buying them dogs the same way.
Last person that had Zebo spent a little penny for Zebo just to have Zebo in the yard. He ended up being in the basement looking skinny as hell and raggedy before he died.
My man Union County said, hey, let me give a big shout out to my man. Oak man. What up, fam? I see you. My man Union County said, I had tons of Abraham's bull.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them breed that bull stuff into some of that Hollandworth shit. I think that would have been the route to go. You know, I believe in that Hollandworth shit and that Queen of Hearts shit. I think it would have brought a whole nother look to those dogs, you know? Something that I never seen put together. You know, we got some put together like that. But back then, I would have liked to see it up close. You know? Take a Madonna or Dragon Lady, one of them, and breeding it to bull. Or breeding Dolly the Hollandworth, I mean, not bull, but, you know, Abraham's bull. You know, that right there would have, you know, I think that right there would have gave us another look. Because one thing for damn sure, those bull dogs was clicking with them Hollandworth dogs. It just wasn't enough of them. But the ones that did do it, they definitely got some pretty good product out of it. You know, crossing summer handicapped into that Hollandworth stuff. I think that shit would have been the shit.
What you think, Ben? You know, when you get them up that close, the relationship has to be there. When you get them up that close,
the relationship sometimes it just be two guys coming to a compromise that is gonna work out for them. They don't really have to know them, like when Tom wanted to breed to Jake the Snake, and I told him, well, I bred Jake the Snake and didn't have no puppies, so they owed me some puppies. And I told him about Bob Lowry, old near breeding. And he went out there and got in touch with the dudes and got his breeding off of Jake the Snake. I never did get my puppies, but I wasn't sweating about it because I wasn't going back to breed to him. Anyway, but yeah, dudes do that. It just be like the relationship begins like when I went up to TKO Kennels to breed the Rascal dog. I didn't know who he was. And when we went up there to breed to Apache, we didn't know those guys. It just once we got there and we got a chance to know them and spent that time up there with them, yeah, that created a relationship. And I guess it was just really due to the hospitality. I didn't know them guys out in Puerto Rico. When I we went out there, but once we got out there, yeah, we picked up a relationship that was long-standing, many years. But it was what brought me to him, Larry Cohn. How did I end up with a relationship with Larry Cohn? Because I was out there looking to breed. Once we spent that time out there with him while we was breeding, we picked up a relationship. I think everybody I ever bred to, Mike Stewart, everybody. You end up with a relationship with them. Victor, Bob, all these guys. I got a good relationship, good rapport with them. Because they were pretty cool dudes. And they definitely, like I said, took care of us while we was up there. Wherever we went, we was always taken care of and treated very nicely. It's just about how you make it work. Gotta make it work though. Because that's all they want to see. They just want to see it work. Because, anytime it works for us, it works for them. That's just how it goes, But always know this. A lot of those dogs that we talking about, and a lot of them dogs, man, they depended on the world to know about their stuff by matching those dogs. Those dogs had to be matched. That was the only way that you could see what you were getting. Well, a lot of military dog men back, and I'm a military man. We just more disciplined. That's all it was. We were just more disciplined. We soldiers, we demand a lot, we want a lot. But a lot of those great kennels that was throwing and producing good dogs and starting out, like size them up, all these new names start popping up. New grand champions start popping up. But if you notice their pedigrees, one thing about it, that pedigree was not a brand new pedigree. That's the key that you have to pay attention to. That's why I always be telling you guys, if you look at most of the champions that we put on that up on our show, you notice they all got a formula. You know what I mean? Tell me, how many champions have we ever seen that was scatterbrained? How many great kennels that had a bunch of great dogs from DSK to Misselink to STP? You know what I'm saying? The hardcore Stone Cities, strictly business. I mean, there's so many of them. Super Kennels, how many of them? Look at the yards they had. Look at the dogs and how they were bred.
Mama, Eminem.
Mama, Eminem.
These is people. These is people who was breeding the shit that they was using.
Yes, and they was winning. That's how they got a name. They wasn't no one-hit wonder like they had one dog that made champion. The goddamn Kennel became famous because it was just a kennel that was known to win. Remember little Jeff up there in Chicago? Mason and them, and Mama and them, they weigh, it's not like they, are right around the corner from each other, but shit, they used to send their dogs down there to them to condition. I mean, some of them guys just had the money to be like, man, we just want to meet y'all there with the dog. They gonna come with the money, and you just come with the dog in shape. They gonna pay you good. That was another thing. Some guys started getting lazy and they just wanted to start paying for the work. All they want to do is go in there with the dog. But a lot of those kennels that we speaking on, they had good success in their breeding program. If you look at the dogs they was using, like Dead Serious and them guys, look how they bred that Banjo shit. Even though Banjo came from a good cross and a good line of dogs, Banjo shit got better. I mean, no type of dogs like that, them Dead Serious dogs was out there winning, and they was attracting not sharks, now they attracting piranhas. Them Dead Serious dogs happened to go into some badass dogs. Some of them was getting knocked off, but some of them was pulling them off. Showed you they was meant to be there. That's why Banjo has and BB Red has a historical background, even when it comes down to producing good dogs. And you look at every kennel that we can talk about that were matching dogs and have a great percentage of winners based on how they produced their dogs and how they bred their shit. And then you look at the guys who had dogs either off of them or they didn't bred their bitches to them and shit. And you see that pattern continues to go on. Now they got their own line of dogs, but when you look in their pedigree, you see all that shit where they got it from. All they did is just kept it right. Now they got a name. And that's where I feel like that's where we got a name. I wasn't trying to be no motherfucking Earl Tudor. I had Earl Tudor as my kennel partner. My kennel partner, he could come up with some shit, and once he put it together, leave the rest up to me, because I'm going to put it to the test. And I just passed the same old way we did things on down to Gameville, and Gameville passed it down to whoever they needed to pass it down to, but they all had a chance to play it. Like what I got from my KP, I got a chance to play it. What they got from me, they were able to take it and play it. Not only just take it and perform with it, they were able to take it and produce with it. That's the key. Ain't gonna do no good if I can't pass it down and can't nobody go nowhere with it. It kind of make you question what's going on here. But that's when you got a good line of dogs. That's why the Boyle's dogs became like they were. The Mayday dogs, the Yellow dogs, the Eli dogs. Not because they were, voodoo dogs, but they were in the hands of people who know how to use those voodoo dogs. You know, they know how to use them in the box, and then they knew how to use them to build their own kennel's name up by those lines of dogs. Like James Crenshaw. Look how many people built the yard off of the dogs of James Crenshaw. You know? Look at all the dogs that people were able to use off of Tom Gardner's yard and produce their own line of dogs. You know? And then you wonder how were they able to do it? If you was just to go into those kennels and just look at those kennels, there's so many things you can learn. And see, that's the bad thing about the journal, because you see the journal, there is no more journals, so the references is not there. But a lot of those dogs that y'all run around in y'all pedigree, and I got the whole list of champions and grand champions, we can go down on that list of all those damn dogs that got registered in the journal, and you're going to find a lot of them dogs in y'all pedigree. Now, for a lot of you people that didn't ever make the journal, and you know what I mean, because there was no more journal, and a lot of these champions out here, you know, they could be, you know, paired online champions and shit like that. You know, that's the kind of shit y'all have to deal with. That you don't take all those great kennels and all those great names, and where would you find them at? You would find them in the Sporting Dog Journal. And because the journal is not around no more, let's not take away the true facts of history. History was made and based off of those books. You know, I mean, one thing for sure, you can pick up one and go to that champion list. If you ever had a champion that was in that Sporting Dog Journal, one thing for sure, you can pull that little journal up and go down that list, and there you is. 10, 20 years from now, guess what? You're going to be on that list. For those that don't know what it feels like to be there, I can understand why y'all would want to hate on that motherfucker. But 20 years later, when I can go on that list and go down there and see Brad in there, Pretty Mama in there, you know, see all the matches that I refereed and the good matches that I was able to see, bringing back those memories of that time that I was running around out there, that's a lot, because at least it's in print. I don't have to run around and talk about it. I can go read about it. I can go see it. You know, you can see the work. You know, it's not like that today. The underground is moving around and building off of what they see in action. The game is still being built. It has to be. You know, it has to be. They just don't have the references. Now, the references is what you see or the information you get. You know, you got a lot of dogs out there. There's no governing body out there. There's not one governing body out there that's tallying dogs anymore. Unless you go outside the United States and play. But there's not a governing body out here that, you know, certifies dogs as champions and grand champions or registered merits anymore. So it's like an open thing. Best thing y'all got now is pairs online. Now, y'all thought the B-line problem was a big thing. Imagine what pairs online is giving you.
Big shout out to my man Melee in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Mr. William Torres. I see you, fam.
But it's a fun thing to know. You know, I'm old, and all I can do is go back and just show y'all through not just my example of what we did, but I try to show y'all the example when you see Mama, Super Kennels, Triple M, you know, and you got people like Armin coming in, you know, Loctite coming in, Sniper and those guys coming in. Them guys was bulldogging, you know. If y'all had the journals, y'all could go in there in those books. You know, that's the thing. That's why I try to share the journals with y'all and show y'all the matches and point out who these people are. But 20 years from now, I don't really expect y'all to know who they was. But if I was, when I grab those journals or I pull up all them guys' pedigrees, you notice every one of them guys was not only producing winners, they were winners. You know, they were just as big as Hardcore and Stone City. And like I pulled up, sized them up, showed you how they was doing. I showed you Body Snatcher and them dogs. See how they was doing. Without the book, you wouldn't know. You know, me, I look at Ruckus and them Cunningham dogs, and I say to myself all the time, man, I wish I had me a Ruckus dog. Because I would have loved to check that Ruckus shit and have brought it back to Pretty Mama. Never could get it the way I wanted it. You know, I was so busy, you know, raising and trying to get me some working stuff that I mean, I wasn't like my KP. My KP, he could do it and, you know, take that time off of me trying to do it. You know, when I bred to the ones that I knew was going to work. Give me some Stone City, give me some Hardcore, and give me some Mayday. That's all I needed. And that's what worked for us. Well, I wasn't trying to produce no new wheel. I was just trying to go with the wheel that worked. And if you look at our pedigree, that's exactly what you're going to get. I didn't do nothing special. I just stuck to what I saw working. If it could work for them, then it's supposed to work for me. And it did. That's all. It's shit. I did the same thing when Jamie bought the dog. Look what happened. He had baby. He did the same damn thing. I'm gonna use what worked. Like he was using what worked. You know, he used what I was doing. He bred Sassy Girl and he was bred baby like I would have bred him. You know, it's not like he wasn't talking to me after he paid enough for him. How would you do it? And I told him how I would do it. Gangville did the same damn thing. They took those dogs and stayed with a program. 38 Special, Little Wiggles, you know what I mean, Little Jimmy, all them champions right there, all them champions was used in the same breeding pattern. Showing you that if you do it this way, you're going to get something. And then you have generations of that shit. They're doing the same old shit, you know. When do the well run dry? You know, the Voodoo dogs, you know, they still around, but they weren't as prominent as they are back then. Same with the Mayday dogs. But you know what? A lot of great dogs out here got Mayday in them somewhere. Something come down on there off of them. That's the other funny thing about it. Because I pull up Hawk's pedigree, I can pull up Buckbuck's pedigree, and they both got Mayday in them. I can pull up Yellow Dog pedigree, Champion Yellow Dog. You're going to see Mayday in them. I can go out there and say the same thing about Garner dogs. There's some great champions out there. You go in there look in their pedigree, you're going to find Tom Garner's name in them. You know, those are the things that, you know, I was looking into the now, and I'm seeing that that's the way I would be breeding. You know, seeing old names that was old back then and they still lingering around. You go into the 5th generation and you see that you can't understand the 1st to the 4th. But by the time you get down there in the back around that 5th generation, then you see all them brother-sister breeding. Now, if you're paying attention close enough, if you're seeing something in the 5th generation, it was a whole lot of champions being bred back to their daughters or repeat breeding or brother-sister breeding back there in the 5th generation, And then you start working your way up, and then the only thing that's got a color on it is that one dog, that champion up top. That's the only reason we in this pedigree looking around. Don't even understand the first 4 generations until we get back there and click into that 5th. And then you start putting it all together. So all this whole time, this line has been bred tight all the way through. You can't see it until you get back there to the 5th because you don't know these other 4 generations of dogs. And by the time you realize, after coming off the 5th and coming back up to the 1st, now you know why that champion is sitting up there on that pedigree. Because that dog was a line-bred dog all the way to the end. And this is one that came out of it that worked. And he got every opportunity if you got the right genetics in there for it. I've always said this. Registered marriage is damn near trading itself. There's no reason why it cannot be when you still got Jeep, Frisco, Buck, Melee, Yellow John, Tab, Blackjack. All these are registered marriages. Registered marriage. All of them was registered marriage. On a high level on the list. Same with the bitches. You ain't gonna get a lot of bitches on the registered marriage list because it wasn't a lot of match dogs that did that. That's why Honey Bunch is still holding strong. Because she was a champion. And that's probably why she got the #1 slot with the most, because she was a champion. She deserved that #1 spot. Champions are supposed to do that. But is it a common thing? Go look on that registered marriage list of bitches. No, it's not a common thing. First of all, it's not a lot of them. And second of all, sure, not a lot of match dogs. It was them bitches being bred to them males that were key factors. A lot of them dogs on that registered marriage list are these males. Ruckus is a registered marriage list. You know what I'm saying? He produced some good ones. You look on that registered marriage list and look at the dogs on it. Them dogs made a lot of bitches registered marriage. The dogs themselves. Think about it.
Hey Mo, when you all in and you do like some of the breedings too, you and KP was responsible for. When y'all did those breedings and when you decided to do them, y'all was all in at that point in time. Not only that, but you doing your job in time, right?
That's it.
Okay. Now, when we talk about that all in, tell them what that all in really consists of. Once you done made your mind up to do what you do,
you got to follow it through. Gonna take patience, first of all, because we don't know what we got. Making the breeding ain't shit. It's the weight. That's the key. That's why we go through so much shit when we make these breedings, because we know, that we're gonna have to wait to see, did it work? You are going all in. Look at what you're doing. You gotta take care of the puppies, raise them. You know what I mean? Get them ready. Say you got a litter of 8. Guarantee you, if they all go, they're going to all go, but are they the fast lane dogs that you want? They all go, but do they still have the caliber of the dogs that we're looking for? You can have a whole litter of 8 game dogs. Ain't none of them worthy of making it to the box. Does that mean the pedigrees weren't worth for them? No, it ain't, because I said you can have all 8. They're just not good enough to make it to the box. You got to add something to it to bring it back. It ain't hands down, and it's just not like that. And then don't be discouraged when you got some that's in the litter that's going to quit on you. You expect that. They're either going to quit on you or they're just going to be game with nothing else behind them. You know, you want to find that one in the litter that's got it all. And sad to say, I got one that got it all on the yard and I'm winning with him, he could still have them 7 litter mates on the yard, and I might be breeding him to the bitches and the males that just sit there on the yard being game dogs, only because their brother's still alive. And as long as he's on that chain, he's going to be getting bred to them bitches before they do. When there wasn't nothing wrong with them except for they couldn't have been match dogs because they hadn't had no mouth, didn't have no ability. But one thing, they was tested enough to get back on the chain. Me not being no dog seller, you know, where I could have sold them to just anybody, and you know, they could have went out there and ruined the dog by rolling and trying to get the dog to quit, and found out they really did have a good dog, and took that and started trying to build on their own yard with. That's why I see a couple dogs like Bucko out there that was, you know, they was triple breeding him. Was they triple breeding because he was a going hard dog? Or was they triple breeding him because he was producing some good dogs for him? You know? And that was a yellow butt Miss Nico pup. Just like Baby and Butt Rogers. You know, just, you know, all in mean all in. And, you know, and you all in until the answers are being, you know, you get the answers to those questions. Look at the time we got to put into those dogs. You know, we guaranteed 2 years of waiting and having to take care of them. You know? They just dogs to be taken care of when I'm feeding them. When they hit my yard, I wouldn't give a damn how they was bred. That didn't mean nothing to me. I just knew I had to sit on them and wait on them and then give it, hopefully things work out. You know, I think that goes for any dog man who matches dogs back then. I think even with them, I said not the ones who breed the dog. I'm talking about guys who literally match dogs and was breeding their shit. They all had that period in time that they had to wait. You know, you had to wait. And then the funny thing about it, what you thought was a bad motherfucker as a puppy, as they got older, it was really the little quiet, laid back one that turned out to be the best one in the damn litter. It was always that odd one that turned out to be, you know, you're going to always hear that story. It was always that odd one. It wasn't that one that came in there, you know, trying to bite down the house. You know, or he was just stupid. No, it was that little quiet one over there who was too smart to exert himself. I ain't gonna be hitting the end of the chain acting all crazy. I'm preserve my energy. He turned out to be the little smart one. You know, they had the ability in the mouth, had it all. Never would have guessed it would have been that dog. Very seldom do you get those dogs at an early age. I mean, to me, when I saw the Mayday Stone City breeding, I knew that those dogs was going to be special. At 8 weeks old, when I had to take them out away from each other and put them on the chain, I had to go out and buy me some puppy chains because them puppies was not going to be able to live together. I knew there was something special about them dogs then. By the time they was 11 weeks, I got a chance to showcase them in front of the kennels that couldn't stand each other. But I knew at 8 weeks that they were special. And I talked enough to them about it where I had got the opportunity to show them how special they were. They were special enough for them to go out there and do it their damn self. Based on what they saw, they was definitely must have been special enough for them to go out there and do it. because they showed took Blondie and bred to Mayday. And still, look at those dogs, and you're gonna still see Baby, the first breeding, is still the only register of merit. And she's not only the only register of merit, but she's got 4 champions coming off of her. And that was the first Mayday Stone City Cross, and it wasn't tight as Mayday going straight to Blondie. You would have thought they got better dogs, right? They would have thought they would have got better dogs than what we had.
I thought we got better dogs because all that shit was killers. None of that shit went long.
Well, I think the key factor was we had that red ace.
Red ace. Yeah. And Zebo. Tommy Spider. Jeep.
Yeah.
That shit made a motherfucking difference. I seen all the shit that came after that, but none of that shit like them.
Nope.
They were stone killers. All of them was.
Yeah.
And then the shit was coming down off of them was.
Yep. G-Soft had some nice ones coming down off of Twisted. A lot of them dogs didn't make it. There was always something going wrong, and then they raided their yard, you know. But a lot of them dogs we never got a chance to see. But Twisted would have been a register of merit on hands down. That's hands down. He would have definitely been a register of merit if he hadn't been taken. But that's that was back then where the kennels that I'm talking about. This is over 20 years ago, so a lot of you guys just don't know them. Y'all don't know how important the journal was because y'all didn't. 20 years later, y'all ain't had the journal, so y'all can't see the importance of what the journal was. The ones that I be clapping on and the ones that I be all over their asses about is the ones who was back there in our time, up here in y'all time talking shit, yet they ain't in that book. Them the ones that I be snapping on because you had every opportunity like everybody in that book. Y'all want to say that book wasn't shit, but I can go to that champion list and I can guarantee you, if your dog was worth the fuck and it came out of the dogs of the 90s and went down through 20 years of generations and shit, that dog is going to be in that book. I can guarantee you that. When we talk about Stone City Hardcore, Southern Kennel, Gino Boys, Shady Days, and all them great dogs back then, they was in a book that you can pick up and fucking read. So I don't let nobody beat that motherfucker down because they wasn't in it. I'm riding with Jack Kelly. If you didn't put your shit in there, you did your dog a disservice. Don't be coming up here 20 years later trying to put a book down because your ass wasn't in it and you trying to elevate yourself by putting the book down. Talk to a real dog, man. You a dog man gonna say, if you can pull my damn dog up in that damn book as a champion, how y'all gonna sit back and listen to a motherfucker that's not in there? He can be telling y'all anything. You can read my shit, whether you can look at it and make your own decision on what you think about my shit. But you better have something, worthy of speaking up on it. Because you don't need a book. You don't have a book to work from. So, you really ain't got no room to be talking. You better have some paperwork. You better show us you got night vision. You better have some goggles. You understand what I'm saying?
Because I still think that's just the total difference in the mindset, and especially when you had so many people in the journal.
Yeah, especially
so many people who were subscribed to the journal.
I mean, you got a subscription of 5,000 people. That's 5,000 people, $36 a year. Do your math. And then we can talk about the people who just was recording their matches.
And think about just the ones who was paying for the ad.
Yeah, they were paying $100 a page.
Right.
$100 for a full page, $20, $25 for a quarter page, just for one issue. Yeah, them books there. Them books
They're breaking their necks to get on them books.
Well, that's the only way you can get recognized. That's like being a boxer and you got a title, but your title is not from a, it's not.
Ain't nobody promoting you.
Right. Ain't no WBA title. Ain't no WBC title. Well, what title do you got? We don't even know nothing about your title. But you run around here, you a champion. See, that was the thing about the journal. People wasn't making their dogs champions. They were being title champions through an organization. There was a record keeper. There was history. Remember, I'm still grabbing books from 98 and 99 showing y'all. I'm still showing y'all 2000 all the way up to 2005 Sporting Dog Journal champions and grand champions in those books. Take those books away, how would y'all know anything about those dogs? We have a whole bunch of 5-time and 6-time and 7-time winners out here with no type of title. Show can't give them no championship title because who's sanctioning your championship? That's like somebody saying being a self-proclaimed legend. I've never heard that kind of shit before. But self-proclaimed legend is like a motherfucking self-proclaimed champion to me. Who's sanctioning your shit? Who sanctions your title? Oh. So you don't have a sanction behind your title. So that title ain't worth the damn penny that I got in my pocket. A Sporting Dog Journal champion, whether you like it, hear it or not, was sanctioned. Those were awarded. You're going to take something from Jeep for being up there all these years because he was in the journal? That means Jeep ain't shit because he was in the journal? Honey Bunch wasn't shit because she was in the journal? Grand Champion Art, he ain't shit because he was in the journal? Grand Champion Boomerang, he ain't shit because he's in the journal? I'm just trying to find out now. Grand Champion Yellow, Frisco, they ain't shit. Mayday, they ain't shit because they were in the journal and they were sanctioned. Organization, title. Y'all gonna let somebody who ain't nowhere in that book tell y'all something, who was in that time with us, who wants to be so loud that he want to be heard amongst a bunch of guys who ain't got to say a word. And some of you guys be stupid enough to fall for that shit. Definitely show your greenness because how could you? If you wasn't sanctioned by the journal, you wasn't nothing but a 3-time winner. If you wasn't sanctioned by the journal or Fat Bill, you was nothing but a 5-time winner.
Times do change, but the mindset
for a real dog, man, they was gonna put their shit in that damn journal because they wanted their shit recorded. They wanted their matches sanctioned. They wanted their titles sanctioned. Who wouldn't? That was part of the criteria to be able to match and get your dog in the journal and get it reported and hope like hell that you can win 3 and get a title.
Everybody couldn't do it. We see, I remember always when you look at them matches, somebody got to be the loser.
Somebody gonna be the loser. Yeah. And that's like even when it comes down to the rules. Guys, if it wasn't a rule, why would Jack in that bill put the scratch to win in their books? When the rules still basically they have to accept the rules. Regardless of what the agreements is, there was a standard of rules that had to be followed. Just like the journal made their rules for what it takes to be a champion or a grand champion or a registered mare. And it clearly says you have to be in contracted matches. And those matches have to be reported to the sanctioning body to be able to get a title. So along with that report, along with that report, those rules, whether you fouled out, you quit, you draw, you picked up, all these things became part of the record. You know, one thing I want to speak on when it comes to the revised code, they clearly saying Jack Kennedy, and James Crenshaw in their book about the revised code. What do you think those revised code was if everybody started showing up using scratch to win? If you're seeing it in the book, if you're seeing the guys doing it in the book, these kennels, where the hell do you think it came from? If you're looking at it and you're seeing it in the book, what kind of guys brought that rule to the table? Dog men, dog fighters who leveled up the game and made it even harder. Why? Because they're going to make sure the best dog leads. That's all they wanted to do. They wanted to make sure the best dog won. Ain't no more of that, stopping at the courtesy line. Maybe that's why they bought it up. Too many dogs stopping on their courtesy scratches. Too many guys picking up their dog. They winning the match, but they know their dog getting ready to quit. And instead of courtesy scratching, they pick him up and jump out the box. See, back in our day, we seen a lot of that shit. Or maybe we wanted to make sure tonight when we do our dog, we want to make damn sure that question is answered. We're going to scratch the win because one thing for damn sure, we ain't going to walk out of here with 2 curs and one of these curs is going home with the money. See, that's what you call leveling up the game. The game got harder. Why you think guys went in there and said, I want to scratch the win? They just made the job a little harder. Because now they got to go scratch to get their money. They didn't make it easier. They made it harder by doing that.
They keep bulldogging.
They bulldogging. That's what you call real bulldogging. They ain't just willing to stop it right there. No, they want everybody to know in the house, whoever wins, they got to scratch for the bag. That ain't no easy way out. You just added some shit to the goddamn game that made the game level the fuck up. Ain't gonna be no 2 curs walking out of here tonight, one of them carrying the money bag. That's why they started doing the scratch to win. You got 2 good kennels going in each other, they ain't taking no chances. No chances. We want to scratch for the bag. It's mostly them grudge matches that you had scratched to win. You know what I'm saying? Money.
Or them hard ones,
one of them real hard ones, yeah.
Them hard ones might be about that game. Both of them got time under their belt, and the better dog gonna walk out of here tonight. Because it ain't gonna be just you standing over there and gotta ask for a courtesy scratch. No, you ain't gotta ask for shit. Nope. You don't have to scratch.
Let that motherfucker scratch for that bag. And just imagine you got 2 killers that been biting on each other all night. Now we getting down to the scratching. Now, both dogs, they've been handling these dogs off the floor. When I say they've been handling them off the floor, they down there, both dogs, when you scratch them, they smacking each other and just falling to the floor. That's what they be doing. There's not very much of a fight left in them. Somebody gonna get on that line and not gonna be able to come across. Your hope is, being that they both were being on the flow, that they both so fucked up that neither one of them can make a scratch. Guess what happens? Ain't neither dog lose, because then neither dog make the scratch. Not because both of them quit or one of them quit. It's the fact they would put so much into the match. They left it all out there in the middle of that box. That's how you end up going home with a draw with two hard game dogs. Yeah, they gamed because they didn't quit. They just didn't have it in them to scratch. Both of them flopped to the floor. Bloop, bloop. There's no loser in that. And that's another good thing about it. Your dog was going to scratch. He couldn't make it. This dog over here, he can't even courtesy scratch because you already know he can't courtesy scratch. So the dude ain't even trying to courtesy scratch you. But guess what? He gets the bag. Scratch the win, he don't get the bag. He gonna flop his ass down there just like that hard-working dog did too. If he can't make it, then y'all both go home, on a draw, no contest. We just had an opportunity to see two great dogs. And I'm telling you, the closest match I seen to one of them was goddamn Martell and Radar. Both of them dogs was toe up. I didn't even know they had, Martell didn't have another scratch in him. Radar had a scratch in him. And again, that match right there, even McNasty called it one of the greatest matches he's ever seen. And, for him to say that with all the great dogs he had, I can agree with him on that. And for anybody else to know the story about the Radar Martell match,
or seen it,
or ever had the opportunity to see the match, this is one of them one damn things that you would talk about, that scratch to win, and how that scratch to win could have been favorable to either one of those dogs, because for some goddamn reason, that Radar dog was able to get his feet up under him and come across that box. But prior to that, you didn't think neither dog was going to scratch because they put it all out there on the floor. Them damn dogs scratched maybe 20 times a piece. And they was trying to kill each other. They put it all out there on the floor. See, that was another thing about scratch to win, that really, you got a chance to see how it comes in effect, and it helps. It just made the game a little harder.
But again, it takes you back to the mindset of the two people who made their agreement.
The two people that come to that agreement to do it, they mind on some other shit. They on that. I'm willing to bet. Just get my money. No. I want to come across and get my money. I might lose tonight. You know what I'm saying? Still, that man still got to come and get that bag. It might be me on the other end. Just standing there hoping this dog don't come. But that's what made it all the good, because what if he didn't? And what if you didn't have that scratch to win on there? I'd have been losing my money to a dog that couldn't come across the pit and pick that money up.
It's another way when you start going into that kind of shit and thinking about the mindset. That's just like some guys that had champions did not dare want to go into anybody that had a one-time win.
Nope. Most champion great matches, they went to scratch to win. Most times they had two good dogs going into each other. They went for the scratch to win. To guys that don't really understand that, you would have to be a part of that world to understand. Why wouldn't you? You would, that's probably why it became more of a rule overseas, where it's literally a rule. Ain't no courtesy scratching. Everybody scratched the wing.
Well, it's a rule. It's just more people seem to agree.
Well, I'm talking about overseas. Overseas in the Philippines and places like that, it's the rule. They dog scratch the wing.
Well, there ain't no negotiations.
It's just part of the rules. Yep. Some of those conventions in Mexico, all the dogs got to scratch the wing. The conventions.
Well, look, before we get into that, because you already know I've been down that man.
No, I'm just speaking on that. No, I'm speaking on that. When I speak on that, I speak on that along with the journal as a reference and knowing, we wouldn't know these things if they weren't in that book. How could we ever have backed it up if they weren't in that book?
My man Van said, how did Bert Soros get the back page on all the journals? I don't know. Now, he had the back page, but I know on the flip side of his pages that, I always seen Boudreaux shit back there. Floyd was another one that took up enough.
And Bobby Hall, him and his Miss Boobs. Miss Boobs covered that journal a lot back there with Soros on the other page. It was Bobby Hall. Yeah, there was a lot of they covered that shit. Soros did it for a long time. That was a good question right there. Because you can guarantee Soros was on the back page of that damn journal. Never understood why. He must have had a subscription and he could do that every month. But his dogs always covered the back page. And if you were lucky enough to have a page on the other side before it got to the back page, you was a lucky man. I think Jack always had the back page Soros, and if you had a full page, you got the back page with Soros. I never seen a half page at the end of the book. But yeah, old Bert Soros, he ruled that back of that journal for many years.
My man, Cosmic Cow said you need to do a live on just that match, twins.
On which one?
The Radar. He said the match is always talked about. The Radar Martell.
The Radar Martell match. Oh, hell yeah. I would love to do that. Because the same dog, I think the same line of dogs that Martell was, he was the same line of dogs, if I'm correct, that Pepper was. Pepper was that bad little bitch that Queen smashed. I think them dogs' name was the Sly Dogs. I know they were Michigan dogs. I think they was called Sly. The line was the Sly Dogs. There was some badass black ass dogs, bro. It wasn't just this Pepper and Martell. There was a line of them songs out there, bro. Up there in that Detroit area, not even Detroit, they just say Michigan, period. I think they came out of Saginaw or Flint. But them Sly Dogs, yes, they had a name and a reputation. They had mouth, they had ability, very aggressive, and gaming all outdoors. The Pepper, she got murked. She didn't quit, she got murked. Radar beat Martell. Martell didn't quit. He didn't have nothing left. You didn't know who was going to win that motherfucker. Because 1 minute it'd be a scratch and Radar on the floor and Martell on top. Both of them laying on each other. Next scratch, it might be totally flipped around. Now Martell on the floor and Radar on top. When none of these motherfuckers out of hope, not one scratch was done out of hope. You seen some of the greatest snatches. You know what I'm saying, Mike?
I'm telling you, man.
Some of the greatest handles in the dog.
Some of the baddest handles you ever seen in your life.
And that is no lie.
I mean, unbelievable handles. Trying to get the advantage by getting them back on the line. Great handles. I mean, it was just a great fight.
It was just a great fight. Yes, it was.
I mean, it wasn't one of them bones when everybody had, you know, you had to walk and come back and still see them going. No, if you left, you was gonna miss something.
You're gonna miss something. You didn't know who was gonna win that much.
Who?
One thing for damn sure, we knew one damn thing. That
Radar had
the perfect name.
He had the perfect name. He did. It was like all else it might be not, but he didn't know nothing. But when I got back there, this is all I'm supposed to do. Yep. All I'm supposed to do is get across there and put my mouth on.
That's it.
And he never let you down.
He had that shit down pat.
He had it down pat. Might fall to the floor because pissed Martel off and he all up in his guts.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it was a back and forth. I mean, everybody had their moments.
And then them handles, boy, we saving the brother. You know what I mean? Saving them.
Some of the greatest handles you ever wanted to see.
Yes, sir. Great handles.
Great dog man. That was that to me.
Great bulldogs.
I'm telling you, the best match I've seen outside of that one I was in.
Yeah.
I know what it felt like to be on a dog like that and not know who's gonna win. Just believing in what I did. Thank God I had him in good shape. Because Martel and Radar wasn't biting nowhere close to the way these two dogs was biting. And Martel and Radar was some hard biting dogs.
Mm-hmm.
These two dogs was biting, they taking chunks out of each other.
Chunks.
I mean, the referee, it was so bad that the referee told us around 2.5 hour mark, no, 2:45 mark, man, start wipe those mosquitoes off your dog. They done lost enough blood. Literally was told us that both dogs finally took a break, and the referee had to tell us to go ahead and touch your dog and brush all those mosquitoes off of them. No shit. They done lost enough blood tonight. You let y'all get all them damn mosquitoes off of them. Mosquitoes all up in that motherfucker. On them dogs. That was a good one. That was a good one. You didn't know who was gonna win that one until about the 3 hour mark when Cycle popped him on that nose.
Hey, you know what though? I was talking to somebody today, and when you talk about the mindset, and you know, they were saying, you know what, twin, that I had tears in my eyes, when I first seen a dead game scratch. And I said, about tears in your eyes. I said, tell me what happened. He said, man, I seen one come across, fall on their face, push, get up, fall again. He ain't make the count. But that son of a bitch was trying like a motherfucker, man. Couldn't help but clap and, do the hoorah thing, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because when you see it, it's just...
Right. They do get counted out. They do get counted out, but they don't get counted out because they quit. They got counted out because they gave everything they had to get there. They just couldn't get there fast enough. I done seen them sit there and head be so far tucked up under their chest and they be literally rolling over. Take 2 steps and just roll over. Get up, put their body up, head can't even stand up no more. Every time he move forward, he just roll over. Man, you talking about games. If I'm going to lose, let me lose game like that. Because guess what? You're going to get an applause. And I've seen many losing dogs win games and show. It was not unusual to see a dog that did not beat the count get that trophy. He lost. He didn't lose because he quit. He lost because he gave his all to get over there and try.
That's game to me.
That's game. Yes, sir. Now I've seen some game ones, but nothing like the Radar Martel match. And we didn't have no scratches in our match, but one. And that was scratch to win. That's what made our match a little better than theirs. It's because of the two dogs and the damage they were doing to each other. And there was no, at one point, yes, they were both laying there. But we're talking about two and a half hours of total fast pace, no turns, no out of holds, no fang, this dogs just busting each other up. I mean, neither one of them getting advantage. They just are all out war.
Stifle to stifle.
Stifle to stifle, shoulder to shoulder. It didn't matter. They was just taking chunks out of each other. I'm talking about these dogs was bit up so damn bad, y'all. I was ready to quit at 2:30. Let me get this mug out of here because they can't keep doing this. That was their first opportunity for them dogs to take a break. That was the first instance that we saw when we had both dogs in hope and both dogs had took a stop. They just holding on to their hope, catching their breath. Man, this would be a time to get them because they was both leaking like a mug. And the great thing, when they was in good shape because they would have these chunks come out of them, they would bleed, and then they would stop bleeding. So you knew that them dogs was in shape. Because they wasn't hitting no bleeders and bleeding out. That's for damn sure. Them dogs was in some shape. I'm talking about you seeing chunks missing in them. Heads swollen 5 times bigger than what they was when they came in there. But them dogs they was doing some hard fighting that night. Yeah, I would have to say that was the next best one to Radar and Martel.
Games in one. And to me,
the little Gator male, he just couldn't make it.
But to see Psycho had the perfect name for himself too.
Oh, he definitely had this perfect name for him because he was definitely a psychopath.
It was a psychopath.
That dog scratched like he scratched the first time, y'all. That dog gathered up enough energy. When he came out that corner, you would have thought it was his first scratch. After all that we just saw him go through. And then to go home and come out my truck and scratch going out to a cat and die. After all that goddamn driving and me staying up with him all night, I lose that damn dog by not paying attention. That dog seen the damn cat. And that motherfucker came up out that goddamn back of my truck and took off at that cat. And all I seen was a blue boom and a bunch of dirt. I knew then he had died. He made it all the way home just to lose it. Being careless. Not thinking he would move. Not thinking he could move.
Yep.
That's some bulldogging right there, though. Didn't get one damn puppy off of me. Never would have took him back out. I'm going to let y'all know that now. I would have never took him back out because a lot of the damage that was done to him was going to be permanent. That's how bad them dogs was banged up.
When we talk about the mind frame, and then you get them, you get a chance to see them ones that touch your heart. It makes you respect them a lot more too. Yeah. Actually, it makes you respect what you're doing.
Well, what about Max? Remember when Max lost to Cochise?
Yeah.
Max was an old dog, and then I had tears in my eyes, and I clapped when he made his scratch. I had tears in my eyes when I lost Goldie. She was triple bred Jeep bitch off of Jeep. I cried over her and I cried over Amber.
Yep.
Yep. Niggas was teared up.
I seen a whole bunch of people crying over that one.
Yep. And they all clapped. You can't ask for no more better game dogs than them two. They was already getting ready to die. Them dogs been fighting all their life. That's all they ever wanted to do. And I was not gonna let no vet stick a needle in them. I took them home and let them die the way they wanted to. Sure did. And both of them dogs died the way they wanted to die. Scratching. Both of them died going across, hitting the dog and dropping. And that's where they died at. So did. Both of them was incapacitated, so they needed help. They didn't need no help scratching. Blondie had 3 legs, and Amber, her whole right side of her body had swollen up from cancer. Her legs were swollen, her chest was swollen, everything was swollen, her back end, all on her left side. So she was stumbling around just as bad as Goldie was. Goldie was just old. And both of them dogs went out scratching. Both of them dogs got a standing ovation. Didn't they, old man?
I'm telling you.
Niggas wiping their eyes on the t-shirts and everybody, man. They was like, I wish I had a dog like that on my yard. When you see it, you gotta believe it. I've seen it out there on the circuit. I've seen many game ones. I've seen some was game and went in there and just got blew out. You know?
They went tell them they was losing.
Yeah.
You couldn't have told Amber that she was losing that night.
No. She swerved me down the way she was fighting and scratching, she was winning.
And you know what? She showed that in the end.
Mm-hmm.
That same mentality after all them years, she still had it in her in the end.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, her final scratch was she came about that corner with a swollen body, flopped her ass all the way over there and grabbed that motherfucker right there across the top of the nose and hit the floor and died. But her tail was wagging the whole damn time. She was happy. She was sick, ready to die, and she was happy that she died the way she died. You could tell.
Both of them. And
Yeah.
we kept putting them up on their feet. Long as they wanted to keep going at it.
Long they want to keep going, let them go. Yep. Yep, I had to help them both. But boy, they was something else. A triple bred Jeep bitch. She was triple bred off a Jeep. You can't tell me them Jeep dogs ain't gang. That bitch was one gang bitch. Can't tell me that red boy shit ain't gang. Because Amber was a goddamn red boy dog. She was yellow John. She had some yellow winners. But she was really a heavy yellow John dog. She had an ace of Jocko. Just a little smidge of Jocko, and it was double bred Jocko at that. But boy, that bitch was game as you can get them. And I think that's where we got a lot of our gamers. What happened to Red Ace did not give Amber the justice. Maybe, like I said, there's other factors to that. Because you hadn't seen Red Ace, in her earlier days, one gamers was not going to be a problem. Now, those other factors that affected her. And that always makes me think about bitches. Me, I became a funny acting person after that when it comes to females. Because my KP always said, you know why I don't like doing females? Because they act like bitches. What do you mean? You don't know when they're gonna have a good day or a bad day. You have a good day or a bad day. You just don't know what you're gonna get out of them damn dogs. And he still complained the fact that we did her too early. She hadn't even got off the puppies. We didn't give her a chance to really get off the puppies and get that part out of her. There was other factors he pointed out. To him, played major facts of that. Not getting there early enough, taking her out too soon. Things that
right, like we did.
Yeah.
Learning how to travel.
I was so anxious to get over to Puerto Rico and go get that bitch. That's all that mattered to me. Because she was in the best shape you could put one in. That's for damn sure.
My man Kyle said this game will break your heart. Big shout out to my man Whammy. What up, fam?
Sure will, but it's one thing for damn sure. You got to remember this part. Back in our time, there's going to be a loser. And when you in the fast lane, these dudes be looking for competition. They don't hide from it. They drive for it. Body Snatcher was a dude that, when he had Ruckus and then he started getting them down rough ass dogs like Ruckus out of Ruckus, man, that man would go across the goddamn country with his shit. He did. He would go across the country. He wanted his dogs to go into the best out there. Who didn't want that?
Sometimes I would say Ricky and Kenny.
Yeah, Ricky and Kenny Adam was like that too. Yes, they was.
They was picking and choosing.
But not all the time, because they were going in the champions and grand champions too, though.
Yeah.
Especially Ricky Jones. Shit.
Yeah.
Ricky Jones was Ricky lady into no champions or grand champions.
Well, because it was Queen should have been on that, that Queen and Shady Lady situation. Probably would have got done if Queen hadn't did what she did to Lou.
Yeah, that's true.
That was when Ricky seen that. There was no way he was gonna put Shady Lady on Queen.
No way.
There's no way it was gonna ever happen.
If I had seen Queen on Lou, I would have never bet against her. That's what I gotta say. Because Queen killed everybody. Didn't nobody ever scratch back in the Queen either, y'all. Nobody. Queen went 8 and not one dog scratched back into her. Same with Pandy. Pandy didn't never need a courtesy scratch. There wasn't nothing to scratch back into. Shit.
So when y'all see that type of shit, you be like, you don't see that every day. So yeah, it'd be abnormal when you do see the shit. But then back in that time period, we was looking like that kind of shit to be coming off the yard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can't really tell people how game Brat was. I don't know.
Mm-mm.
I can't tell you how game Buck Rogers. I can't tell you how game Pretty Mama, Twisted Nico, the shit, L Rod. A lot of them are. Even Red Ruby and her 7. Don't nobody really know how game she really was. You know, which I always sit back and be like, you know what, Mom? We might not have known how game they was, but one damn thing for sure, we understood how good a killers they were.
That was it.
Always felt confident about that eye.
That backstifle shit is one of the most dangerous motherfucking things in the game. You got one back there, boy, you better hope like hell you know how to get them out. You can't get them out, man. Oh, man, oh, man. It's good when you the one doing it. That's for damn sure. That's the good thing about it. You good and happy when it's you doing it. Because you know there's no way in the hell this dog going to be able to sustain this type of beating. And they just can't get them out. They just give up. They just fall over. That's when you know it's over. When they can't get them out, they just lay there. Let me just lay down. I used all my energy and I still can't get this motherfucker out. I'm just going to lay on down. And that's how it be looking. Exactly how it be looking. But those are exceptions to the rules, though. You know, we were just lucky that we had a genetic trait that we could go along with that Super Saiyan that Mayday and them was putting out. And Stone City dogs, they was gamers all outdoors now. I can't take nothing away from them. They might have didn't have that ability like Mayday and them dogs had, but they sure have some damn gamers to them. I mean, they was pretty determined when they fought. You know, they wasn't like something you can go in there and watch them get beat up and they just keep coming. No. These dogs had a little slickness and pretty smartness to them. They know how to ride you out. They know how to set you up. They know how to hit you in the right places to mobilize you while they getting a grip on shit. They know how to rest and have you in a fucked up position while they rest. They were just pretty good dogs. When they brought them two lines together, they just made a better line of dogs between the both of them. But now you're getting really nice ass complete dogs. They were both complete, but you know, they definitely came up another level when they crossed that Mayday Stone City shit. But there've been some real good ones out there. I mean, Strictly Business has some great dogs. A lot of guys don't know about Rock City. Them boys, they have some good dogs. Andy and Bad Company, they have some great dogs. You know, Frank Bunce and them, they was Frank Bunce, he had some good dogs. SWAT team up there in Michigan there, they have some good dogs. These was dog men, y'all. Y'all got to understand, back then, boy, it was nothing to see a great match. B Crest. I mean, our city, we wasn't even going into each other no more. We was all posseing up, following each other the matches. Now we ain't even going into each other no more. We going everywhere we can. Anywhere and everywhere they could go, they was going.
And these dudes would be so serious, you know, especially when you see, you know, Akron as a city, it was not that big. But then with everybody, you know, it wouldn't be nothing to see somebody walking a pit bull.
Nope.
You always knew somebody had something getting ready to go on because you always seen somebody else walking them every day. Kind of knew, everybody knew everybody, so it wasn't like we didn't know what was fixing to come on, what's going to go down.
Yeah, I still say BLB and Going Hard made Akron famous. And I would have to say Jethro with Stein, but I'm talking about, you know, there was two lines of dogs that was the best Akron had seen in a long time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but see, you cut Cash and the shit. He had more than Bruno over there.
Yeah, he had more than that. He had
Wilma.
He had Wilma.
Yep.
He had champion Missy and Bruno, and then remember he lost to Outrage.
Right.
He went longer than any dog when Grand Champion Outrage won his Grand Championship. He beat Ohio Cash. But Ohio Cash could never beat my KP. They always went into each other, and he could never beat my KP. My KP beat him every time. But you can take him out there and go on to Ricky Jones and anybody else, and he'll kick their ass.
Yeah, so I always give Cash his power, though.
Yeah.
Because he would get out there. He was a traveling man, too.
And he was a good teacher. Remember, that's all he used to do. We ride anywhere. We give it down where that match was. If it was in the United States, we was going. Well, I tried to tell you the same story. Him and Ohio Cash and Butch, they'd jump in the car and take off. Everybody wanted to see a great match. Everybody. Them boys up in Youngstown was up there in Warren. They would have some badass dogs.
You think about them, and then it'd be like, that's why we talking about that mindset. Because when you know all these dudes and how serious they was about them, you know what I'm saying? And then when you got good dogs, it just seems like it don't look like backyard shit. It'd be like they literally be on they shit, literally.
Yeah, don't go in there with nothing you ain't got no business coming there with, because it ain't gonna be long. There's been a lot of lessons taught to them, the greenhorns. Got their little money and thought they had a good dog and go in there and find out. Well, my favorite line was, "Welcome to the fast lane" on the way home. It'd be some long rides, but I remember making a couple of them. I made a couple of them with them guys that wanted to go. Okay, let's go then. I'm telling them. I definitely tried to tell them.
But it also made them better.
It made them better,
Because it gave them a chance. That's one thing. That first of all, they got a chance.
You know what a fast lane dog look like.
Right.
Don't assume that your dog is a fast lane dog because what your dog is doing around here. You step outside of this little thing going on around here, because you ain't ran into no hard head shit yet. You ain't seen a fast lane rough ass dog yet, bro. Man, I'm telling you, twin, I got this. I believe in this shit, okay? 27 minutes later, that ride home, I was like, "Welcome to the fast lane."
He was still stuck on what was that?
Yeah. Remember General Lee? Remember B went up there with General Lee in that match with when General Lee was on the card. General Lee was a badass dog up there. He was on the same card. He took a little, I think it was a little male. He took that little male up there. Swore up and down that motherfucker was gonna be the next one. He's still scratching his head all the way home. What the hell happened? It wasn't your fault, bro. That's all I can tell you. You didn't do nothing wrong. You had a good dog. But he was not the caliber of dog that he should have been up here going into that shit. That's the shit that you need to have. That kind of shit right there. If you want to win out here in this game, that's the kind of shit you need to be bringing. Not that shit you bought. And that's all I was trying to tell you all along. Same thing with Pepsi. Then I not try to say Pepsi, Mike. Don't take Pepsi. She's a good dog, but don't do it. He took her anyway. Man came home wondering what happened to his dog Pepsi. Well, Pepsi got murked so down quickly, it shocked him. But welcome to the fast lane. I told you she wasn't that type of dog. I tried to tell him. You need to first see what a fast lane dog look like before you start claiming you got a fast lane dog. You better make damn sure that you know what a fast lane dog look like. You guys talk that shit, but like I said, I can pick up that journal, and if I can't find you going into none of them motherfuckers, I can't help you, bro. I don't know what I can only go on what you telling me. The show holds very little weight when you back there in my time, and I can't pick up this journal and find your ass going into anybody. So just don't get mad at me because you ain't there. That's all I'm saying. There's enough goddamn kennels out here doing it. You could have picked up at least one of these motherfuckers. So I don't want to hear that shit now. I mean, that's my argument. I don't want to talk about it. I want to read about it. If you was back there in my time, you ain't got no excuses. You sure don't want to hear about your shit now. You can't be blaming me. You can't go putting down the journey because you ain't in that motherfucker now.
Well, that's easy for you to do when you're not in it, so it's not like it holds any weight. Because I never looked at the journal as holding weight anyway. I looked at the journal as a reference point because that's why we use it. That's why you have 5,000 subscribers. That's why you had people all over the world doing it. Because everybody was trying to be a part of what the journal was offering, as far as,
get entitled.
Being entitled by such a. I mean, I didn't put the damn journal on the map. The journal put itself on the map. Just like American Game Dog Times, and you had all them other ones out there, but I always say it again, it's always going to be the mindset of the people that's doing it, and it's hard to understand that back then because we was caught up in it, but to sit back and look at it, it just really does take a special type of person to be all in like that. And don't be surprised because it was a lot of them like that. Even though that fraternity is small compared to all the other dog things that go on, that pit bull fraternity, it was still small.
Mm-hmm. It was fun as hell.
It was definitely, it was fun because it was exciting, and it made you want to be known for your dogs. I just never knew anybody who didn't want to be known for the success of their dogs. I just never knew that a win was just more than a win. A win was everything. And if you didn't have that, then you wasn't ready. Because I can truly admit to, it took a whole lot of work. And we just wasn't the only ones doing it. So, fellas, appreciate everybody for showing up tonight. Tonight was one of them,
You want to talk some bulldogs,
without the pedigrees, just have a general conversation about, your mindset when you're out here dealing with these dogs. We're giving you examples of people's mindsets. But if you got a bulldog, if you're feeding it, and whatever your purpose is, are you that into it? Is your mind so much into the success of your work that you do what it takes?
You're willing to go anywhere and everywhere.
Right. You do whatever it takes to see your work at its best. And to be able to be appreciated for your work. Because I always felt like the work always speaks for itself. You didn't have to really say much. I never thought the day would come that we would ever have to go in our career, that when we literally had to just cover weights. You know what I mean? No more just picking up and calling somebody out again. You know what I'm saying? Imagine what it was like when that time came to where
that wasn't working.
you know, stop saying the name. Stop saying the name. There was a couple of people that kept pointing. You need to stop saying the name. Just start covering the weights.
Yeah. Now when it get on, stop covering, just cover the weight. And, you know, when you got everybody in the corner, the money ain't an issue. And you know you're going to go into some good shit because the money ain't an issue. I think everybody was making money off of dogs back then. And like you said, you got that other element that, you know, that other element that kept creeping his way into the game. And, you know, that's why I call it the New Jack era, because crack cocaine, you know, was really a major factor. You know, when you say crack cocaine and drug dealing, you would have to put that along with dog fighting. It was just one of those things. There wasn't no more $2,000 matches or $1,000 match or a $500 match or a bag of dog food match. All that shit was out the damn window. That shit was out the window. And for the guys that used to say, you know, that a lot of them dudes was betting them out of where they couldn't get to them. Well, if you came from an area like Detroit and Ohio and New York and Jersey, there was I mean, there were just so many pockets. South Carolina, that's not a good excuse. Because these dudes jump on a bandwagon, they get behind a good dog. Y'all don't give a damn. They get behind a good dog because everybody want to gamble. And you got a good dog, you going to give a damn. They going to come with you and they going to bet with you. That's how we was. We jump on the bandwagon I jump on the bandwagon with Stone City Hardcore. Didn't give a damn where they went. Deep South, I don't give a damn where they go. I'm betting with them. You know? Shit, I could be a brokest man in the world. Give me a good dog and watch me come back with a bunch of niggas going with me. And they know I got a good dog. Watch how many people go with me. Money is not going to stop me from doing this dog tonight because I got a whole bunch of people behind me. I'm charging 10% tax on everybody's money because I'm not going to be making all this money for everybody and don't get none of y'all money. Y'all going to give me something. So come on. And it was the same thing with them. You know, you put money in the box, goddamn it, your money's safe with the referee, then you get you owe the damn man at least 10% of everybody put up their 10% of what they bet. Give it to the dog man. Let him get paid too. He ain't gotta have the money as much as, you know, a lot of these guys have money, but there was some cases they betting on the dog. Like True Colors, shit. True Colors, he a conditioner dog and whatever they gonna pay him, he gonna tell you to keep that money and put it all on the dog. He don't give a damn. He don't even know nothing about the damn dog. He just know he saw the dog. He said, "Let me take him out. Let me hook him up." And them dudes would give him them dogs, and they would put all that money on him, and he would get his money. That's how he made his money. He made his money conditioning dogs, putting that conditioning money on the dog, and letting it go.
And that's why you've seen him so much in all the journals.
Yep.
He knew how to get what he needed. He knew how to get them.
Yep. OG Posse, the 6-bit, I think they're 6 feet deep. I think that's what they was called. These was another young group. They would like size them up, you know, when they hit the scene. You know, they were doing a lot of dogs. I mean, shit. Dog of the year, they had dog of the year. They had 2 dog of the years in 1 year. They had 2 dogs on the list of dog of the year. And to get that with all those matches that were going on in time, that's saying something. Super Kennel Sonny Boy, I got his match reports up in here. One day I'll pull it up. But Sonny Boy wasn't nothing to be played with. No, I mean the ones that I liked it Omega Red. I liked it Sunny Boy. I liked it a lot. I mean, if you got a journal and you ever looked in the journal, there's gonna be certain people you're gonna see in there every issue. It was like these dudes didn't do nothing but match dogs. I mean, they must wake up every day matching dogs. Dogs like Mex Tex and Tex Mex. Them dudes, I don't know which one of them old dude was, but there was some other dudes. Falcon Kennels. These were some kennels that, you know, a lot of people don't know that they existed. Ice Pick. There were some guys out there that they showed up in a lot of journals. You know, there's just a lot of those guys that you know, there's a lot of guys in these books that y'all don't even know about.
But they don't talk about it because, you know, they didn't have the great bloodlines or did the great breeding, but they were still great dog fighters. Because
Yes,
if you was in the game, you couldn't help but know about it.
Yeah, that's true.
And then the more too, you got to figure out, you know, that's a part of history that you would have to be a part of, first of all, to understand it, to appreciate it to the point to why you want to know more about it. You know, that's just what made this game a little different. That's what makes this show a little different, because we're only trying to give you an insight on something that was done back in history that had been done way prior to us diving into it. But then for it to go on as long as it did and still be around when we came around, and then to grow on to be old men and still look back and see the history of the dog game that you was a part of and be like, man, you know what? There was a lot of good dogs that came out of that shit in our time.
Mm-hmm.
And just to be a part of it, it's like, damn, we were nothing like them, but we still got some badass shit that everybody knew who the hell we was. Because them was some badass dogs. That's all I can really say about it. We just had some badass dogs.
And when you hear me call Triple M a legend, if they have a Hall of Fame, he belong in that motherfucker. If you hear me say Mao Mao is legendary, if there was a Hall of Fame, he should be in that motherfucker, just like DSK, just like Lockdown Rudy, just like me and my brother. These dudes deserve to be in the Hall of Fame of the dogs. These guys, they just like Stone City. Where is the Hall of Fame? Where is they at? They legendary. Hardcore Kennel, Size Them Up, Strictly Business, Giano Boys, Gator Boys. You know what I'm saying? These guys deserve to be considered legendary in the sporting dog. Because these dudes, Missing Link, where's he at? Legendary.
Just get out and just
Deep
do
South,
your history
legendary.
and look into the 90s through the 2000s. Just go from there.
Damn right.
From the 90s
that's been
to
no
the
boy.
2000s.
These dudes match dogs.
Yeah, they went through to the 2000s and beyond.
Yeah. Them boys over there, what they name most wanted. Look at all them champions and grand champions they was running through.
I guess and again, I just think it's just a different mindset when you're working with them. And I just really wanted to talk about the mindset, because not everybody has the mindset to try to accomplish the things that a lot of us did. And I don't think that just made us try to be better than people. I just think it made us be more like really being better than what you're doing. That's why you match the dog. I think my shit is better than that shit.
And we were taking it out there to find the fuck out.
That's
what made them all great. They was not hesitant about matching dogs.
And you can't hate on it simply because that was just the times. That's all. It was there long before we got there.
Hoorah, they need to be in the Hall of Fame. OG Posse need to be in the Hall of Fame. All them dudes I'm naming, them dudes need to be in the Hall of Fame, guys. Goddamn Body Snatcher needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Gambler needs to be in the Hall of Fame. You know, these are dogs, people, man, that, you know, you don't see Ricky Jones in no Hall of Fame no damn where. I mean, y'all holler Ricky Jones' name so damn much. You know, a lot of brothers was down there getting his ass. And when he had a good one, you just couldn't beat him.
But it wasn't like he wasn't beatable.
Couldn't beat him, but he was not like he couldn't get beat, because Satan beat him. Cash beat him. Same with Kenny Allen. You know, then some of that shit you just wasn't gonna be whooping. I mean, he went into Robert T. Robert T. went into migraine. Bobby Hines had migraine at the time. You know, some of them dogs you just couldn't whoop. You know, but that's what made them good. That's what made them killers good. They wasn't sitting on that shit. They were taking that shit out. They were doing dogs. There's a lot of guys out there, man, that got that legendary status to deserve it. And if we don't talk about it now, they would be forgotten. They would be literally forgotten. If it don't be for these journals where I can pick up here and pull them out of here like I can do with Loctite and everybody else you see on this show, Tony Wade and all them guys, you know, if it wasn't for these journals where I can pull up all these dogs that they had and what they was doing with them, you know what I mean? Then y'all wouldn't even know who the hell they was and be ready to talk shit to them like y'all some big time dog, man, not knowing you standing around a man that you would never catch up to. Not in this day and time.
Probably not in that day and time.
You know, there's a lot of them guys out there that y'all don't talk about. A lot of them guys out there, y'all have no idea what kind of dogs and what they was doing with them. St. Benedict, we don't hear very much about them. You know, and they changed their line a couple times. But they kept coming with good dogs every time. The Cottinghams, you don't hear nothing about them being in the Hall of Fame. Sammy the Arab, you don't hear nothing about him being in nobody's Hall of Fame. Are these legendary dog men? Hell yeah. They don't have to be stamped their own self. There's no such thing as stamping yourself as a legend. A legend is a person who has a legacy. Nobody, you don't gotta stop to claim that shit. Your dogs speak up for that. And all you got to do is show the legacy. You know, what is Brat famous for? Mayday being Mayday's first champion. What's the other thing? First champion daughter bred back to Mayday. That's it. There's everything down there that came off of that. That was just the start. Then you start getting into the babies and the Maytus. And all them other 25 champions that got the going hard dogs in them. That's what make it legendary and legacy. I didn't leave this dog game no legend. But when I came back, there was a whole legacy of going hard dogs out there. That I didn't have to self-proclaim none of my shit. But I got every damn one of them out here I can pull up. Enough to show you a good book. Over 100-something dogs being matched and over 212 matches being done. And ain't all of them ain't me. So I didn't have to self-proclaim shit. I don't think you can take the legendary off of my motherfucking ass and I can still show you 25 champions and nowhere close to super kennels, nowhere close to hardcore kennels or any other one of them great kennels that I call myself, you know, the underling to them. Because they set the mark for me. We were just fortunate to be in the right place at the right time. Now everybody knows who Brad is, but Brad wasn't the only dog. If little Mayday had been in my hands, he'd have been a grand champion. But it sure as hell show you he could win without me. Just like I say with all these other guys that I bring up. You know, it's not that legendary don't mean anything without a legacy. You know, I will always be known for being Brad Mayday's first champion. I will always be known for Brad being bred back to Mayday, one of his first daughters being bred back to him. And I'll always be known for creating the first Stone City Mayday cross. And if these dogs weren't worth the fuck, guess what? They wouldn't be worth people talking about.
The rest of them, the reason you even know who the fuck we are because of the damage that we did when we was running through them yards.
Yep.
I don't look at the legendary part because I didn't even pay attention to that shit. Or what I thought until you come back and you look back on all that shit and you be like, damn.
A bunch of them out there.
Still, you be like, damn,
know nothing about
still out there rolling around. But it's not like we ever got out of them to where we didn't know what was actually going on. But it's just still, it's different when you're not the one that's doing it. You learn to appreciate the boys who paid attention and took it and done something with it. And then I guess that's all legendary dogmen can say the same thing.
Yep.
It wasn't something they did by themselves. It wasn't that thing they did definitely proved that others could do the same thing with their shit that they was doing with their own shit. So
like Mayday, like Yellow.
It's just a matter of where your mind at. Where you want to be at and how you want to get there. We just try to fill in the simple things that matter. Just pay attention to the ones that's already doing it or have already done it. Because it's going to be just a little bit more of what you see on the paper. It's going to be just a little bit more of what you hear about. Because they got just a little bit more to give. And that's where the story comes in.
Yeah.
What got to be in your head? What was on your mind? Did you see it coming like that? You know, when did you realize you had it like that? What made you breathe it like that? I mean, all the things you can just pick out of a person's head and just see that most of them always got the same thing in common. They found something, they stuck with it, and they rolled it out till the wheels fell off. And then somebody else took it and did the same damn thing, and before you know it, they running your shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Fellas, appreciate everybody for showing up, showing out with us tonight.
Anybody got any comments? Anything before we leave?
They got a whole lot of comments, and I've been trying to post a lot of them up, but then again, there's not much you can comment on. Big shout out to my man Double M Despo. You know, fight down and shake that like button, fellas. Hey, look here. You know, dog man, you know, that's a definition that carries a lot of opinion. Okay. And it's the love of the game. I mean, people like Kobe Bryant, you know, the Mamba, you know, the Jordans. I mean, I look at great people and they always got a story about them, what made them different. You know, Kobe being the first person in the gym and the last person to leave. You know, you see these little things with football players, everybody, the Williams sisters, you know, their dad had them doing more when everybody else was, you know, sitting around playing with their toys. He had them out on that damn tennis court, doing all the things to make them who they were. And I feel like that's the same thing that these people were doing with these dogs. It is just obvious. Yeah, it was more than the Ivy Stevensons and the Crenshaws and the Edwards and the Deuce, the Doucettes and them were the older guys. It's the newer guys that carried the things forward from them. That we try to get you to just stop and take a look because they're gonna be the ones in y'all paperwork. They should die when your shit die. So it's where your mind at. Generally, where your heart at, your mind follows. It ain't the other way around. Where your mind at, your heart follow. No, where your heart follow, your mind will follow. Because you love things a lot more different, and you think about how you take care of it when you love it. And that's just how serious this game was. You gotta love the game. As long as you love the game and respect the game will take care of you. Always have. That's why we always speak of relationships. Nobody's doing this shit by themselves. But, not telling you to be different. It's not about being different. It's about being yourself and be good. Be the best version of yourself. And represent it through your work with your dogs. You got a lot more work going on and a lot less talking. I think that's where it all needs to, as we move into the future, less talking. Because it's never really been anything to talk about until the after effects. Then, you got a whole lot to talk about. But then what is done is done. You can't go back and change what is done. And that's the legacy that this dog game has given us.
And we definitely need our legacy to be put out there a little bit more because 20 years ago we had like super kennels. I remember when I first started the show, and everybody was talking about Chico Lopez talking about he was better than STP. The first time I said something to that was he's not even better than super kennels. I would expect y'all to hear Super Kennel's name after all these years. You know what I'm saying, Mike?
Yeah, instead of STP.
Instead of STP. I'm like,
because he sure hell ain't no Don Bemis.
Exactly.
I don't know if he was saying better than STP because of the breeding or the wings. I didn't know which way he was going with that when he made that comment, but just putting himself on that level. Yeah, it kind of threw me off because of who was saying it. But then you stop and look at Super Kennels, and I always looked at it like when he spoke, when he started, I was like, shit, he wouldn't have been shit without Super Kennels in that 357 dog. So where they getting that shit from? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, like y'all, you just look right over them.
Ain't none of that shit did. None of them boys over there Super Kennels did.
Nowhere close.
I got a picture with, not all of them, but I got a picture with Rasta Man, one or two of the Super Kennel guys, and Tom Gardner. To me, that picture right there, it means everything to me. Because I was standing among some of the greatest dog men in the history of the dog game. And me and my brother is sitting right there in that picture. That picture right there is the picture that, out of all the pictures I took, I had him with Snake Man, I didn't have him with Mr. Finley. But that picture right there gave me, gratified me because Tom Gardner knew who I fucking was.
You want to everybody come over to take the picture? We need to get this picture. Okay.
That meant a lot to me. Sure did. And I be bragging. You see Super Kennels, you don't hear me saying nobody but Super Kennels. And Rasta Man. I be saying Tom, but no, them two right there, them was legends. Legendary. And if they don't come out with a book, don't worry, they'll be in mine. Cause I'm gonna do me research. I'm gonna have them all. Shady Days, I'm going through all of them. I'm gonna down there have a encyclopedia. Because these are names that we ain't gonna be still talking about Floyd Boudreaux and all these names that I'm still talking about Cunningham dogs and you know what I'm saying? Jeep Red Boy Jocko and Boomerang. What the hell is y'all still on that? Man, that game is way ahead of that shit. We need to be talking about them great kennels that made them names still worthy worth calling out today. Because it sure as hell wasn't none of them doing it. It was great kennels like Super Kennels and the Colored Brothers and Missing Link and all them Florida boys, all them Georgia boys, Tennessee Dog Pound, you know what I mean? The Georgia boys, Georgia Bulldogs, all these is dog men who were out here matching dogs. Matching dogs. I mean, damn them old folks. We talking about them new group of guys. Them new groups came down through there. You hear me? All them old great champions was getting knocked off. Them new jacks came through here making noise. And like I said, y'all do y'all research and y'all go do your homework and y'all come back and tell me about Super Kennels. Y'all come back and tell me about Mile Mile. Y'all come back and tell me about Triple M and Loctite. See, y'all don't have no reference to know who these guys is. Anybody can jump up there and act like they've been doing dogs. Y'all you've been doing it. And these very same guys sitting in the chat room and y'all praising a motherfucker that ain't even got one dog in the journal.
Well, there's a lot of greatness out there in that chat.
It sure the hell is. A lot of them sitting back there in the back street. Probably reminiscing. Glad that we are here talking about that shit. Bringing back something that that we down there forgot about. No, how we gonna forget about it and they still run around here hollering, Gardner and Crenshaw and some of the other people that we don't even know nothing about. Can't pull up a book and find their asses in there nowhere. Too much of that shit for me. Not when we got real bulldoggers out here that's got certified belts. Can't talk about the ones in 2005 and up. But I can say this much about those dogs. The underground is always going to take care of itself. And they more aware of bullshit than anything because they laugh at the upstairs in this internet shit, in this shit, what they call bulldog in the day. They call this shit a joke.
So let them have it.
Yep. Boy, they taking chances and they don't have no fame and glory to come. They don't get none. They don't even care. They wish they had a journal. They
don't need it.
But they don't need it. They say they can figure it out on their own because if you're great, you're gonna get that popularity anyway. So I gotta look at it for what it is. Respect the game. And those who play the game. A lot of you guys don't know them, but in time you will. They will show up somewhere down the line because ain't but one great thing happening in this dog game that's going to make it survive. And that's good dogs. Good dogs. That's all it's going to take. How you know you got a good dog? You got to do something with it.
Y'all give me some love. Show me some love. I need some thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up for all my bulldoggers.
All my
bulldoggers. Muscles.
Yeah, man. Why can't I get that?
And just for the love of the game and the mindset it takes to play, they really do deserve their damn roses.
Yes, sir.
Roses.
They deserve them. They need they damn roses. Come on, man. Show some love tonight for all them old players, man. All them old players. Before I leave this damn podcast stuff, man, I'm telling you, I'm trying to get them all on here. I'm trying to get their names out there so y'all would know who these people are.
They still alive. The ones that still alive and
here trying to be heroes. And I'm trying to give y'all some shit to, you know, I ain't trying to let y'all ride out on no fake dreams and this fake ass shit that I be seeing going on out here all over Facebook and putting everybody's life in danger and all that shit, man. We don't need all that. We need history. And there's not no easy way for y'all to get history these days. You know what I'm saying? No easy way for y'all to get history. But let the basement speak and let the basement continue to make the history of what we call something that we did back in our day. Fast lane bulldogging. And I'm not gonna never lay down off of that shit because that's exactly what it was.
It ain't meant for everybody, but it ain't just got like that, been like that. But the love of the game strictly comes from the heart. You got the heart, your mindset will take you to greatness.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just giving you some give you some positivity, you know, and that's why I always be saying, you know what? You really ain't got time to talk shit on nobody else when you got enough shit going on in your own yard.
That's right. You know, I never hear no real dog man talking shit on nobody. Have y'all noticed that? I mean, I just need to know. Have anybody noticed that? You never see no real bulldoggers, no real ones, even the ones that's in the back street, even the ones that come on the show. You never hear them putting nobody down. You never seen an old dog man that knew us out there back then come in here talking shit on us. If anything, you don't see nothing but love and respect in that whole little circle of us old dog men to come to this shit and do this shit. And share this shit with y'all. But what I can say is, let's start asking that question about the ones that do talk all this shit. Why we can't ever do a show on them? Why they always got something to say about us, but we can't say shit about them? Because there's nothing to talk about. So why waste our time? Talk about us. But we got a whole lot of shit to share to you. But why share it with them if they can't share with us? This sound like a bunch of motherfuckers wanting to be somebody that they ain't, because they ain't us.
And I don't think we should, to be honest. We just got a podcast.
That's all. We got enough old dog man back there to carry. We belong here doing our story with them.
And that's all it's really about anyway, because it's evident that we just don't want people to forget about them. That's why we do this so people will know about them. It's good to hear them want to speak. It's good to show them the shit that they've done. It's good to see that they become a part of history if it's nowhere but in these videos. I wouldn't care what the fuck happens after I'm dead. But it was just good to know that we talk about them. I mean, how many people you think jumped out there and wanted to really know about Tom B?
Or even some Kennels.
Hey, Mo.
Yeah.
Go ahead and close and keep doing this, man, because I got...
You all right? Because he sure just did a blink. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure he all right, because whatever's going on, something wrong. All right, y'all. Well, I don't know how he want me to close it up tonight. I ain't got the control. Shit. You know what I'm saying? We can hit the parking lot. Maybe he'll pop back up and close it down. You know, I ain't got nothing to put up on here but some more combo. Let y'all know. I want to come up with something, y'all, where, you know, I would like to see us put together a cookout. And Johnny Law, I ain't worried about Johnny Law because I ain't do them shit. Look, I don't worry about Johnny Law because I ain't doing nothing for Johnny Law to get on my ass, you know. And even when I was doing something, I didn't have no problem dealing with Johnny Law. Because I keep my shit right, it wouldn't be a problem. I kept my cameras around. I kept my dog straight. I kept my business right. And even when they wanted to get me, I could stand up there and fight for myself and handle that. You know, everybody may not be able to do what I done or do what I'm able to do for protecting myself and knowing the law and doing the things that I know that I need to do where they can't get me on some bullshit, you know. But, you know, you do your shit right and you got to do it right. That's the best way to stay out of trouble. It's very easy to get in trouble, especially in that world. You know, you don't cover yourself right, you will have problems. Bigger problems than what we used to have, you know. But I would love to have put together something like Tom does, you know, where he has his little pig picking every year. You know, I don't know why we can't come together and put one together for our damn self, and where we can get all those great kennels of it yesterday, man, just to come around, man, and hang out with the brothers. You know, I would love to see that. I would love to be able to have all these people in one spot, man, where y'all can meet and take pictures with all of them. I'm talking about all of them. Any one of them that I could get, I would love to have them. You know, I would love to get up with the boys from Size Them Up. I would love to get up with Strictly Business, some of them boys. You know, just maybe one or two of them, just their presence. Because if I had an organization and I was going to open up me a Hall of Fame, I would make damn sure that it would be a Hall of Fame that would not be forgotten. It would be a Hall of Fame that would not be forgotten. I might just do me a one book on just what I would consider dogmen that should be inducted into the Hall of Fame. If there was a, you know, a body, sanctioning body to present it to dogmen that deserved it. You know? That's what I look forward to. The day that we can get that and sketch that shit in stone like we do for Earl Tudor and Leitner and Klaus and Soros and Crenshaw and all those names. Man, there's names out there that was bigger than them names because, you know, them very same guys might be in these very great dogmen's pedigree. You know, but what is history without that information? I would love to have, I mean, if I couldn't get anybody in a cookout, I would love to just have them in a book. And they dogs. And some of them stories. And some educational information that maybe they could pass on for the future. You know, that book would probably be better than any book that I could write about my own shit. Writing about everybody else's shit that I can just come up with.
You so still talking? Yeah, I'm back.
Man, what button am I supposed to push? I told you I was riding it out till something pop back. Maybe we're going to pop back up. What happened?
Hey, my man. Hell, you know when Nick's out there with her, she getting too crazy shit and she don't be listening. And you already know.
And she ain't on that leash. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, she got her another one. I don't know where these possums is coming from. I don't know how she be finding them.
She smell them motherfuckers.
And she don't, you know, she just still being hella. Nisha can't deal with her when she like that. So.
Well, Benicia be letting her out without her leash.
In the front yard. I mean, again,
yard.
Nobody
We're going to the front yard when that bitch see a possum or a raccoon. That bitch gone. Only way you gonna catch her is when she catch it. Okay, that's about it.
That's why I keep that breaker stick on deck.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got to be looking and searching and all that other crazy shit. It's on deck. My man, overgrown.
Hey, Mike, I was talking about
road. Okay.
Yeah, Mike, I was telling him about the book. I was like, look, I would rather write a book about all the great dog men that should be in a Hall of Fame. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, back in the day, they was doing it. So, I mean, the APDR, he's given a lot of recognition to him. The ADBA, they do a little bit of it. You know, I just think it's just, you know, we're in a different time and a different place. And we the only reason that I feel like, you know, that era right there, they just don't get enough. You know, they don't get enough for that respect. Like, big shout out to James Pope. I'm glad people got a chance to know him before he died, even though he was a character. That man played a big part in our lives and a whole lot of other people's lives when it came down to these damn bulldogs. You know what I mean? Because I always think about Shirley. You know what I mean?
Right.
Him and his great dog, Shirley. It wasn't a JoJo Red. It was Shirley to me. My man said, over Grover Road, he said, trying to be popular just makes the community know too much about you and Johnny Law. Hot on your trail. This shit ain't for social media. Keep playing like you're dealing with a cookout. Well, you know, fam, you know, this game ain't for everybody. Never have been for any and everybody. And that's one thing I can truly say about the underground. You know, why not everybody get it right? But one damn thing for sure, they don't take everybody. It just takes the right bodies.
That's all.
It just takes the right bodies. As long as they understand the rules and the way the game is played.
And once they did, because they all took a chance and they still became legendary.
Yeah, because we all knew what we was doing. Yep, we all took the fall. All of us got headshots. All of us no better than the next man because we all had to, you know, go through our bumps and bruises and lose dogs and go sit down or go lay down for some reason. But then that's what came with the game. Them the choices they made, them the choices we made, and then we have to accept the things that come with it. But to sit back and talk about it is a different story because, you know, hey, we did it for a purpose. We took the chance for a reason because it was the love of the game and nothing other than but that, the love of the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it feels good to know that you're in a class of men and women who dedicated the majority of their lives. Remember, a lot of these men had wives and families, you know, and bulldogs.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we are different in our own way, but it's got to have the love to be with it and do it as long as a lot of them did. And that's all I be trying to say. You got to respect that, especially if you in the game. There's got to be something about the game that you got to be like, you know what? I love these dogs just that much. That puts you in a fraternity of Not many, because it's not a very big gang, not a big fraternity. But it feels good to be part of something that everybody just couldn't do.
Yeah.
And be recognized for it too. Hell. You already did everything else, bro?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, the word of the week. This word carries these couple words, they mean a lot to us. You know, like I said, I got this shit tattooed and I live down by it. I swear by it. I swear by it. You know, I live by it. You know, if you're going to do something, you might as well just be all in with it. Once you have made that commitment, you might as well go ahead and stay with it, because there ain't nothing left to do but play it out to the end. And that's why we always. I mean, we really do. We always
scratch the
wing. Because by the time it's all said and done, and we always do it, you're going to get, there's an outcome. The story will be told in the end. Can't change it. They ain't got to like it, but the facts will be. As long as you scratching and you really bulldogging, you're going to always scratch the win. At least you put it out there.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
My man Van said, thanks. I look forward to hearing you guys talk dogs every week. I get called a clown and a nobody on other channels, and people don't know I did okay in the dogs. Well, man, that's because they ain't nowhere in the hell that they could possibly. I mean, and I'll be nice about it.
Did he say okay? He did okay.
But no, I'm just saying, I'll be nice about it. But because there's a lot of badass motherfuckers to be coming through here. You know, I know that. You know what I'm saying? But fellas, sometimes you might not know who you're talking to. But I have the pleasure of knowing this guy. You know, see this Van 305, but this Van 305, you know, I'm going to keep him Van 305, but keep in mind, we are talking to someone from Super Kennels. And when you see Fort Lauderdale D pop in there, and you see Vance talking about the two brothers that made him, help him become who he was, that ain't anybody that you can sit up there and what have you done. You are talking to one of the greatest kennels in the history of the dog game. And just so happened they hanging out over here. And you know why people talk like he just say anybody? Because they just don't know. And what I tell y'all about shit you don't know. Because you don't know, don't make it right. But being that's who he is, who he say he is, could you at least give him the respect and the opportunity to hear what gives you the right to sit down and talk about him? Because I would want to hear your story before I hear him, because once he take the floor, he'll be there the rest of the night if he want to. But how long can you stay for the party? So that's how I be handling folks like that. That's why I said sometimes you pay to be careful who you're talking to. Because this is one of the greatest kennels, if not the greatest kennel. No, and I'm not even going to say arguably. This has already been settled and satisfied as the greatest kennel of all time until somebody else will break that record. And like I always say, records are made to be broken. But at this point in time, in this lifetime of mine, Super Kennel holds that record. And I have the pleasure, Vance 305, Fort Lauderdale D, representative of the kennel. And I respect them, and I expect anybody in the dog game to respect them, because I guarantee none of y'all could put together the things that they've done in the dog game, and they being humble and honest, just to be out here sharing that time with you. So don't be a fool because you don't know who you're talking to. or you don't know who you're talking about, because sometimes you look like a damn fool. And I hate to see people look like a fool when it comes to greatness, because all I can say is, forgive my brother, for they not know what they do. But don't worry about it. I'll make sure they understand who they're talking to. So if anything else gets said, I will put them on the platform before I even let me deal with it, before I even let you bother with it, because last time I checked, we still the gatekeepers. And you can't even get on our level. How in the hell can you even get close to theirs? And we at the bottom of the totem pole.
Yep.
Big shout out to my man MB for fire, showing the love, always showing up to show out. Again, fellas, appreciate everybody for showing up. And don't be like everybody else. Be like yourself, because they're going to love you for who you are. You know what I'm saying? They're going to love you for your work. Everything else, we're going to have them every time. If they ain't hating on you, then I mean you ain't doing something right. And for all my haters,
better know my head, but don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to get from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the code we live in the game with them people. See the proof and how to get from the pit to the trophies. Every chain, every game. Don't talk about it, be about it, be about it. Most wanted Kennels in the spotlight, danger alert, come with the name. Super Kennels competition, all built for the fame. Work Kennels was the work and work, while Cherokee kept the game strong. Evolution built a bloodline, where the heart come from. These dogs ain't hype, they the truth in the pit. Every pedigree stamp, when them paws hit the street. Ain't no fairy tales, this that real y'all grit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the pit bull script. Shout the brothers with the backbone thick. Veer brothers, color brothers, Bishop brothers legit. They don't talk about it, they be about it every day. Put the work in and y'all let the results say. Them boys on the rise, yeah, the circle stay tight. Plow boys, wall boys, Havana boys in the fight. Different flags, same grind, same fire, same spit. Don't talk about it, be about it. That's the litmus test.
Legend of doom, behind set tone. Locked tight, locked in, carved in stone. Church boys hold it with the pit bull gauge. Fruit colors on man, Sean B in the maze. Arsenal game deal, but your knife stay sharp. Only in America, walk them down, ram in the dark. DSK and metal, high dog, pound by hard. When they hit, praise to the men who rock this shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they live it. Fat boy the legend, Bill Buster, real strong. Southern bulldog, keep the bloodline long. Latin force pressure, sniper don't miss. Shaded day, shaded with a killer instinct. Twist, super night power, unit whole rank. Boot camp, click hitting like a Sherman tank. Little fine with the vision. Tennessee dog pound, got their eyes on the pit. All legendary, really the shit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Yeah, they built it brick by brick. Talk about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't talk about it. That's the yard law, from the pups to the legends. Everybody stand tall. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Every name on this track got a story that's lit. Don't talk about it, be about it. Call this some legendary pit bullshit, 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 pit bullshit.
Yeah. It's Mo and Mike in the house.
Going hard with the legends. Paying homage, you know. Yo. Twins Mo and Mike, we running this game. Legends in the making, never gonna be the same. Kennels popping hard, these game dogs raised right. The brat, pretty mama, they shining so bright. La Mayday, what a day, they breathe the heat. Red Ruby L-Rod, they can't accept defeat. With 38 special and yellow bird, we top tier champions, grand champions, ain't no fear.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Made a bug Jeep, yellow Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk about it. We the real deal, you know it's no doubt about it.
KPTO, the modern Earl Tudor. Got in the pack, making moves like a tutor. Apbt, family thick, like legends in the game. Legend of them, Triple M. Shout out the name, Deep South, Roadblock. We upholding tradition. Mama, Southern Kennels, we got that ambition. Hardcore here, the Stone City brings the fire. The Abrahams, the fam lifting us higher.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Made a buck, Jeep, yellow, Frisco, filled the beat. Females like honey bunches, awesome, baby, we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. Be the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Listen up, respect the hustle, respect the grind. Ben, Nate Dogg, putting in work intertwined. Keeping that legendary status alive, you feel? Don't hate on the ride, catch the bus, we keep it real. What's history without a future? We pay the way, Captain. We make it happen, that's the play.
So here's to the champions, run the race, stand tall. Twins, Mo and Mike, we gon' answer the call. Legends in the game, yeah, we holding it down. In the world of game dogs, we wearing the crown.
Run the register of merit, we got the elite. Made a buck, Jeep, yellow, Frisco, feel the beat. Females like honey bunching, awesome, maybe we tight. Bloodline strong, spreading knowledge, taking flight. Scratch to win, don't talk, be about it. We the real deal, you know it's true, no doubt about it.
Shout out to Ohio Cash, the man with the plan, Rastaman Boom, Schoolboy, aka the. There's levels to this game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Develop your game. Rob.
Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cars. From yellow Mayday 8s, they bred real stars. Welcome to the yard where the legends get raised, where the chain spots shine and the bloodlines praise. Grand champ King Kunta with that royal type stride. Red ruby in the pen, red hot worldwide. The brat in the cut, keep the hustle on track. Pretty mama got the look and the structure intact. L-Ride bring the heat, yellow bird bring the flame. Gus and 38 special certified in the game. What day in the ring, crowd love in the scene. Dogs moving like ghosts in the champion's dream. From yellow to buck, their foundation is tough. Yellow buck in the veins, yeah, the roots run rough. Mayday in the pedigree, ace in the spine. That old school fire still alive in the line. Twin brothers in command, pushing forward with pride. Going hard on the banner, let the whole world ride. Hard work in the yard, every sunrise earned. Legacy in the dirt, with every chain spot turn. No shortcuts, taking no champions bought. Just blood, sweat, time, and the lessons they taught. Going hard, Kennels, yeah, we run this yard. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike, every day they go hard. Line stack heavy like a deck full of cards. Yellow Mayday ace turning pups into stars. Sheriff Pal bought us in the game, stamp legit. Find them in Tornadoes pedigree. Hall of Fame, double grand champion. James Pogay, the formula showed how to build and sustain. Blueprints in the blood, yeah, the knowledge remain. T.O. our partner, Ohio Cash showed how to win. Turn losses into lessons, now it's trophies we spin. Mama, Triple M, Deep South in the mix. Arsenal, Kennel, Stone City, solid foundations, no tricks. Hardcore, BLB up in the spec is 6. Yes! Tom, Dead, Todd, Tony Wade, Southern Kennels, real ones through time. Time from Pro Set, Windy City, combined in place, low type, apex, pressure built for the chase. Gotta eat boys, black ice, hunger sharp as a blade. Third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid. Yeah, I said third verse for the legacy, every debt fully paid.
We in the trenches, feel that hunger in the air.
Yeah. Welcome to the yard. If you're tough, you can stare. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Welcome to the yard. Where the chain spots shine, bloodlines run deep. Every pedigrees prime. The game Apbt, worldwide pride. You come correct or stay the hell outside. Legacy made. We grind, we hustle. Twin bosses, Mo and Mike locked in the scuffle. Yeah, we run the yard, iron fists and grit. When the sun comes up, no, we never gon' quit. Dudo and Devo, legends carved in stone. Patrick Bolio made the yard they home. Tanned and yellow, they whisper through the trees. Echoes of greatness, feel that legacy breeze. Going hard, going hard. Yeah, we run this yard, nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodline stack heavy, 52 ways strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong, the yard where greatness prevail. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes, falls on the fucking deal. Pressure creates knowledge and hard work. It's how history bakes. Tails in the dirt, every chain spot turn, lessons learned hard. Like the scars we earn, no shortcuts taken. Champions ain't bought, just blood and sweat. This legacy taught from Mayday to Ace, Buck to G. Every warrior counts, we ain't losing no sleep. Heat like a furnace, knowledge is the key. In the yard we trust, we got the pedigree. Feel the intensity, blaze in the fight. In the shadows of the yard, we rewrite the night. From the ring to the chain, we like kings cut out. Mo and Mike, every victory's what we shout. Going hard, going hard. Yeah, we run this yard, nothing but the best. We don't play it soft, bloodline stacked heavy, 52 waist strong in this dog-eat-dog world. We know where we belong, the yard in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history baked. Y'all in the dirt. Yeah, knowledge and hard work. It's how history baked. Yeah, legacy in the dirt. Yeah, feel that fame. The game Apbt. Remember the name, so step back. If you can't handle the heat, the yard's going hard. Put the game on repeat. It's Mo and Mike. The kings in this game, going hard. Kennels forever ain't the same, nigga.